OCO, freethinkers.
It's up.
It's go time, Slim.
OCO, freethinkers.
It's up.
You're now tuned into the realest historian on the planet.
Set it on fire. 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 Fire.
He's here to make you think. OCO, freethinkers.
Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
Are you ready?
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
It's up. It's up.
This motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No. King Kong ain't got shit on me. This man is unstoppable.
It's Dane Calloway.
You are watching a master at work. A master at work. Master at work.
Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
The best teacher you wished you had in school. Have your pens and paper handy and get ready to take notes. It's Dane Calloway.
It's go time, Slim. Relax and take notes. Take notes.
Hey, what up, M16? This beat go. Hold up, y'all. OCO, I'm trying to get everything together on my side still. Thank you for joining. Hope y'all had a wonderful day. Yeah, shout out to M16, Grammy-nominated producer, by the way. I'm talking about the real M16 from Alabama. Tuscaloosa, where you at? Shout out to all the new members. I'ma shout y'all out here in a second. I got something else on the other screen real quick. I'm trying to work everything out. Hey, wait a minute, y'all. I forgot I had my settings on 192. I forgot I gotta tone it down. My bad. But here we go. We getting there. We getting there. 1 second. Ooh, I knocked out. Wait a minute, I knocked everything out when I brought it down. My bad. I thought the music was still playing. I apologize, y'all. I keep forgetting. Every time I record on this side, I record in HD, and I forgot when you stream, you got to be at a certain hertz. Like, they don't take the 192. I got to either tone it down to 48 or 44.1. And I totally forgot. That's my bad right there, y'all. But I got y'all. Hold on. Let me That's my bad right there. I knocked everything out. I did not mean for that to happen. Hold on, let me we should be back. Yeah, look, my computer not liking 44 right now. I had to bump it up to 48. I got too many things going on that's already in at least 48. It can't go down to 44.1. I apologize. So hopefully it sound good on y'all side. Hopefully. Yeah, but I got a couple graphics and all of that that's popping off in 192, and then the lowest I could go is 48. I apologize. Yeah, but shout out to M16. He made this one also. I just need a few more, just like 2 more minutes, y'all. I'm still trying to get all of that together. As you can tell, you know, I got everything popping off on the screen for y'all, you know. We making it happen.
Set it on fire, 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 fire.
I'm almost there. Oh, and YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts and TikTok. Y'all should be good. I got it looking a little bit better than last time. I told y'all I was trying not to have technical difficulties this time, but I mean, hopefully it's not. Hopefully we good. Let me know. Matter of fact, let me pull chat up real quick. Y'all gotta let me know what's going on. Are we looking good? YouTube Shorts. I know main YouTube we looking good. What about YouTube Shorts and TikTok? What we looking like out there, y'all? OCO, y'all. OCO. We looking good? It's good? All right, cool. Is this a recording? No. This is live, baby. This is live. I'll let you know when it's a recording. I'm not that type of person to not let you know that. Now, we can't forget about the topic this time. Last time I had a bunch of, technical difficulties. That was my first time multi-streaming. I still didn't click go on Twitch yet, so we gonna fix that up, you know. No, you do not get access to Mother Rosa when you become a member of my YouTube channel. That's totally separate. That documentary is not on YouTube. That's only on my website. Only. It better not be nowhere else, because I'ma sue that ass. Y'all let me know if somebody posts my doc somewhere else, because it ain't supposed to be there. I got lawyers on deck for that. You know, the ones that I won with, when somebody tried to say they was doing something to me, and they failed, right? Let me drop a bomb for. Yeah, we don't play. I think we should be good to go. Everything look okay. I think we could get straight into it this time. I mean, that's excellent, man. At what? We just 10 minutes in? Link to your Twitch. Ooh. The moderators will put it in there for me. Moderators and administrators. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the snipers in the house. If y'all could do me a favor and post that Twitch link in there. I'm not sure if we got it set up for the Twitch. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But soon I will be live. I mean, it's a 24-hour live stream going on right now as we speak on Twitch. Shoot, and on YouTube, believe it or not. But shortly, I'm going to be live streaming to Twitch just like I'm live streaming to you guys on main YouTube Shorts, and TikTok. I'm just working the kinks out. This time I buffed my bit rate up. So YouTube Shorts, y'all should be HD. Y'all should be able to bump it up to HD. Tell me if I'm lying, you know. But y'all should be at least 1920, at least. What is Twitch? Twitch is a very similar platform to YouTube, but it's like, YouTube is number one, then it's Twitch. And I think like TikTok like number 3, if I'm not mistaken. TikTok just started, allowing people to live stream, so they kind of behind right now. Twitch is usually for gamers though. Usually. But it then turned into, for streamers. All right, so let's get into this. Hold on, let me stop this music real quick. Oh, actually, I got double the music, don't I? Y'all didn't even tell me. I had double the music the whole time. So that means, wow, I apologize about that. Y'all ain't even tell me I had double music playing. Maybe because this music was so low, y'all couldn't hear it. Yeah, I got a filter on this one so it could be on the background. Rumble should be number 1. I disagree. You ain't gonna be able to catch up with YouTube. YouTube, the number 2 search engine in the world. They got a lot of catching up to do. I mean, as far as censorship is concerned, then I see where you coming from. Yeah, YouTube. I mean, YouTube has lightened up though on the censorship. YouTube has lightened up on the censorship. All right, so let me take that. But yeah, I know, of course, like places like, even TikTok be tripping. Oh, which remind me, I do need to pull that up real quick. Sorry, y'all, sorry. Let me make sure I pull that up because some trolls happened the last time, day before yesterday. And TikTok was like, look, make sure I had their chat open just in case some trolls come back this time and try to stop me from receiving gifts. So we, let me make sure I'm on. Make sure I got their chat up. All right, boom. All right, so if something happened where, I'm talking to TikTok now. TikTok, if y'all gifting and y'all see something wrong, but y'all can't gift anymore, let me know because we got the we got a direct connect. We could get that fixed. Yeah, we going, of course we gonna have some haters. So y'all get ready. All right, so today's topic, the first Americans are not or were not Native Americans. I hope y'all ready. We gonna be here for a minute. Y'all not ready. I don't see that chat blowing up. I need that chat blown up.
Turn up.
Blow that chat up.
Keep spamming emojis and flattening the chat.
I'm talking about spam indigenous, spam the chat. I need to see that chat blown up. While I'm getting this together right now, I need that chat blown up. Nah, go ahead. Keep spamming it. You ain't gonna get banned. Spam that chat up.
Turn up.
Come on, let's get it. YouTube, y'all know how we do it.
Emojis and flattening the chat.
I know TikTok ain't used to how we do it, YouTube, but it's okay. They about to, we gonna make it happen. I got my eye on it. I'm watching it right now. I got like 5 phones going, 3 screens. Uh-oh. It's saying, all right, hold, let me tone it down. One little slight hiccup, y'all. Wait a minute. One little slight hiccup. I'm fixing it right now. Fixing it as we speak. I apologize. Okay, we should be good. All right, yeah, we good. YouTube was telling me my y'all good. Yep. My fault, YouTube Shorts. I had that bit rate up too high. I had to bring it back down. My bad. YouTube Shorts, y'all should be good now. Yeah, YouTube got it set now where it tells me what happens. Oh yeah, I see y'all turning it up. Let's go.
Turn up. Keep spamming emojis and flattening the chat. Hey.
Man, so I hope y'all doing well. Matter of fact, since y'all spamming up the chat, right? Why don't we do this? Right? Why don't we do this? Y'all got to tell me where y'all from. I'm talking about, yeah, now I got it. It's back. No, hold on. My fault, y'all. YouTube Shorts, y'all back right now. I see y'all in the green now. I apologize. I had the bit rate up too high. I brought it back down. Y'all should be good now. I see y'all in the green. All right, so let me do my shout outs right now. Like while we warming this up, I'm double checking to make sure everything is good, y'all. Still, I apologize. We not about to be 30 minutes trying to get these things out the way. We already 18 minutes in. 2 more minutes. Give me 2 more minutes. Let me do my shout outs. Austin, Texas in the building. Matter of fact, hey, shout out to Texas. Is my echo on? Yes, sir. Hey, shout out to Texas. Know what I'm talking about? No, I'm talking about. No, they say back. No, I'm talking about. What up, Chicago? What up, Ohio? Hey, what up, Canada? What up, Grand Rapids, Michigan? Hey, what up, North Carolina? What up, Ohio? What up, Oklahoma? I see you, Motor City in the building. Yeah. What up, Illinois? What up, Pennsylvania? Alabama in the building? Huh? I got you. No. I gotta fix that. Duval in the building. Texas in the building. California in the building. Savannah, Georgia in the building. I see you, Decatur, Georgia in the building. Richmond, Cali in the building. Chi-Town in the building. Yes, sir. What'd that say? Oakland in the building. What up, Oakland? They go New York. What up, New York? Yeah, like y'all in here heavy. What up, Southeast DC? I see you. Shit out to DC. You know that's home right there. Brooklyn in the building. Tennessee in the building. Orlando in the building. Duval in the building. Culpeper, VA. What up, VA? What up, Virginia? Jamaica in the house. Pick up. I see you, Jamaica. New Jersey in the building. Twin Cities in the building. Yeah. Oh, y'all in here heavy. What up, H-Town? Y'all in here heavy tonight. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. I hope y'all ready, man. It's one of those nights, man. I'm what is it? Today is Friday. Wednesday. What's today? Wait a minute, let me look at okay, today Wednesday. Yeah, I was right. Wait, is it? Oh, my calendar wrong, ain't it? No, it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. So we in here Wednesday. I can take that down. The stream is already starting. I can take that down. Stream is already here. Today is Wednesday. We're going to go ahead and get into this topic of discussion. I covered this numerous times throughout my YouTube channel. But I feel as though since there are plenty of brand new people over there on TikTok that know of me but don't know me or don't know how I teach things. Yes, I present things in video like mini documentary style where I'm narrating and putting up information on the screen. I barely give my opinion in these videos. I mainly give you what I discovered as far as researching for primary and secondary sources. 1 second. Okay, there we go. I got it. And then, so what I'm about to show you today is on that topic of discussion that you guys should see at the top. In fact, you do. It's called The First Americans Were Not Native Americans. I'm getting ready to play that right now. You guys got to let me know really quickly if you guys can hear that. So I'm going to play just a tad bit. Let me make sure that that's turned up for y'all. Y'all let me know really quickly. Let me mute the music. Please let me know if this is loud enough for you guys, or not even loud enough. Just let me know if you can hear it real quick in the chat. Are y'all able to hear that? Were y'all able to hear that? Yes? Yep. Okay, so TikTok can hear it. What about YouTube? We good? I can hear it. Okay, YouTube, we good. I bet. Here we go. So let's go straight to... I'll play the little intro. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try not to interrupt a lot. But since I already went over this information on my YouTube channel, and I feel as though I want to cut in and say something to elaborate on a point that I made, okay, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, it's like I'm reviewing or reacting rather to something I created in the past where it's a lot of this information. Matter of fact, shout out to all of y'all because a lot of this information is being spread rapidly across America. A lot of you are doing away with the out of Africa theory and we all Africans, we blackity black that. Matter of fact, let me give y'all a round of applause for that. That is absolutely amazing. I'm giving y'all a round of applause for that right there because let me talk about that because I've been here for quite some time now when it comes to you. Well, I started off on Facebook in 2015, came to YouTube in 2016, and over these years I saw progression. And I was noticing, it may have been one or two, maybe even three people out there that were discussing this topic prior to me, but not on the same level as me. When it comes to this particular information, when it comes to American Indian, okay, indigenous American information, I'm the only one that went viral over these years to get that out. I put in the work. I kept going and kept going. I did not stop. I didn't care who was hating. I didn't care what people were saying. They were doing a whole bunch of trolling. I had to go through a whole lot of BS to get here, okay? When it came to my own people and other people outside of my own people pissed off because this information isn't old to me, but it was new to them, and they didn't know how difficult it would be for them to swallow that pill of truth. And yeah, they were fighting like a young child trying to fight from going to sleep when they know they sleepy, right? But my point is not to put you to sleep. My point is to not only wake your ass up, but to keep you awake, okay? I'm not about to, put you back to sleep like a lot of other people out there. You guys are familiar with the so-called Moorish movement and the Hebrew Israelite movement and the Pan-Goofy movement. And the majority of those movements were CIA psyops. Like, if you don't know that, I gave you the backgrounds of these people to let you know, yes, they were involved with the CIA heavy, okay? In order for that information to come out all of a sudden, now you came from Africa, when that was the politically correct way starting in the 60s, in order for you to attach yourself to terms like the term black, which was derogatory just 10 years prior to that and beyond 10 years prior. I'm talking about previously. That was definitely not our doing, okay? You guys got to understand that there was some puppets in the background puppeteering those. Unfortunately, they were young children. That's why I said they were young children, but you guys are probably going to call them young adults, but they manipulated the students in colleges and universities to twist the narrative going from freedom now, which was Martin Luther King, to Black Power. Okay. And still to this very day, near one of y'all can pinpoint where that Black Power was back then and where it is now. Okay. Those that have power don't need to state that they have power. Keep that in mind. That's just like saying those who are rich and wealthy don't need to say that they're rich and wealthy. They don't need your validation. Shout out to Dick Gregory. Truth does not have to be validated by people's ignorance. That's a big statement. Larger than life statement right there. A lot of our people were indoctrinated with the same thing. And with the the people that were coming over here, as far as immigrants are concerned, that look like you and I, as far as skin complexion is concerned, they were told to assist. Not all of them. The majority of them were told to assist, okay, in creating the new Negro movement. Some of y'all may be familiar with that. I went over that before. I'm not going to do that during this live stream, but I told you how the new Negro was created. The new Negro was combining the North, Central, and South Americans and Africans together so they could be labeled as Negro at that time. We talking about the Harlem Renaissance. Now, you said it's buffering. That's TikTok. All right, hold on. That's TikTok. Let me tone it down. I didn't tone TikTok down. Oh, let me tone TikTok down. I toned YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts is good. And okay, TikTok is buffering. I got it, Blue. I'm toning it down right now. Toning it down right now. Okay. All right, I just turned the bit rate down for TikTok. TikTok, let me know if we good. Let me know if it's not lagging real quick before I go any. I'm glad I did this before I even jumped into this video. We good? Press 1, 2. Like, let me know in the chat, TikTok. We good now? It's good? Okay. My bad, TikTok. I'm telling you, I put my bit rate up too high and I forgot that every platform is different. On YouTube horizontal, I could go 20,000 and up, 50,000 as far as the bit rate. You know, of course, because my internet can handle that. But I forgot that certain servers can't handle that high bit rate. I got to tone it down for YouTube Shorts, number one, and TikTok. And I think I'm going to have to tone it down even further for Twitch. But we good to go, right? Everything clear. But yeah, I mean, I'm just thankful that a lot of this information latched on to a lot of our people. Not only our people, all over the world. It happened all over the world. I've been recognized by so many different historians and anthropologists all over the world. I didn't brag about it, but I thank them for doing that. A lot of my discoveries helped them. A lot of my research helped them. I'm inside of numerous people's books. And and I thank them for that. I mean, they didn't have to do that, but they knew for a fact that, you know, of course I was doing it for real. I was cross-referencing everything. Do you need more? Oh, my wife, she don't, hold up. 1 second. My wife texted me. Hold up. My wife doing some grocery shopping as we speak. You know, I'm real life with it. I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on. But yeah, and I think she might have forgot that I told her I would be going live. But anyway, so wait, you said y'all still saying it's on TikTok? She said sorry. It's okay, baby. Nah, y'all, we should be good to go on TikTok. I'm green lit on TikTok. I'm green lit. It's Smooth Dane. Okay, yeah, I'm about to say. I'm in the, it was in the yellow, but it's in the green now. It should be good to go. You are good to go. Okay, yeah. All right, so they've been playing commercials during live streams, like on YouTube. That's the new thing that they did for, what was it, last year when they started it? Yeah, live streams get commercials now. And keep in mind, those commercials support me, so don't get upset. Like if you want to support me and you not coming out of your pocket, play 30 seconds of that. I'm gonna keep it real. Play 30 seconds of that ad real quick and come on back. Yes, that's how we get paid on here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna keep it up front. All right. Okay, so all right, TikTok, we good. All right, yeah. And for real, on my side, it look good. On TikTok, I see everything is green, so we good to go. So let me go ahead, because, yeah, I got cut off multiple different times and I forgot where I was in that conversation. I'm about to play this video. And again, this is pretty long, so I'm going to be pausing in between times to expand upon certain points that I make throughout this video. And yes, this is about the topic that I put up there. Here we go.
I don't know, a lot of these black guys today, these gangster type guys, they all got names like that they make up for themselves.
He means like the rappers. You know, the rappers, they all got names like that. Snoop Doggy Dogg, Ice Cube, Q-Tip, Method Man.
But it makes me think about Indians. You know, they got names like Red Cloud, Crazy Horse, Running Bear, Black Elk.
Yeah, Indians, niggas, same thing.
Who are you? You don't know. Don't tell me Negro, that's nothing.
Message.
What were you before the white man named you a Negro? And where were you? And what did you have? What was yours? What language did you speak then? What was your name? And why don't you now know what your name was then? Where did it go? Where did you lose it? Who took it? What tongue did you speak? How did the man take your tongue? Where is your history? How did the man wipe out 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 your history?
The name of it, right? No clickbait.
So if they stole them from Africa, then they would have to take them back to Africa. But there was no need because black people were from everywhere. All this land mass, all these different countries, black people were the indigenous people right here in America.
I meet somebody and he piss and throws piss in my face. That's not civilized.
Right.
Him wanting to attack me for no reason is not civilized.
But you know what?
People attack people for no reason in the name of civilization.
That's true too, but I'm talking about that's from a big perspective. That means I'm coming to conquer your I'm coming to conquer your country.
And that part,
I'm talking about I'm coming to be your friend. I'm coming to civilize you to brotherhood.
But you know what?
Family.
Look what happened with when you think about indigenous people. The story they've been befriended and then
we're the indigenous people.
You know why? Because they got us here.
Let's just change the name as much as possible to throw you all off so you really don't know what's going on.
People know what time it is.
Let's keep switching
the
identity to hide the people. Why don't we just keep renaming you? Are you Negro? Oh, no, you're not Negro. No, you're colored. No, you're not colored. You're African American. And this is what they name you. Because I know a white guy who grew up in South Africa. And he now lives in America. He is an African American, and more African American than most. Do you see how African American is a misnomer? It's a misnomer. Don't check that box. It's a title given to blacks by democratic slavers.
And even black people back in the day calling each other black was a sign for a fight.
When I was growing up, to call a person of color, like myself or others, black, was considered derogatory. That's just a fact. You call somebody black, those were fighting words.
Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us.
Over a period of time, our people can recall being classified and reclassified by the federal government as particular titles or labels inside of their census-taking process every 10 years. And with that comes political judgment, where our people are referred to by whatever name is chosen by the government through its laws, policies, and even its media. And over the course of this government's lifespan, the indigenous Niji were referred to by the government as Indian, Wild Indian, Urban Indian, Negro Indian, and then Negro, Colored, Afro-Indian, Ameri-Indian, Afro-American, American Indian, and then Black, and now African American or Black American. And here's the problem with that. Ever since we can recall records being recorded during the existence of this government, the Niji has always been referred to as whatever name the government chooses to refer to them as. So why are we the only race of people that continues to allow strangers to dictate what we should be called as a people? Why are we continuously allowing strangers to have the right to call us by names that we have historically never referred to ourselves as? See, this leaves the door wide open for multiple manipulative attacks of confusion. And what is also important to note here is that the term Native American was later used by the US Census to refer to a group of people that was originally called Indians by this government, allegedly, which means that there are now separate terms for a group of people that were once all referred to as Indians. Listen closely. According to the 1828 Webster's English Language Dictionary, the term Indian is defined as a general name of any native of the Indies, as in East Indian or West Indian. It is particularly applied to any native of the American continent. And before we go any further, let's get that clear. Particularly applied to any native of the American continent. 1828. Not native with a capital N. They're referring to that people of that landmass. And then later on, watch this.
As an East Indian or West Indian. It is particularly applied to any native of the American continent. And in this same English language dictionary of 1828, it defines the noun American as a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America.
So it was passed down to the people, to the immigrants that came over here. It's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. We getting deeper though.
This means that the copper-colored races, or the Aboriginal Nijis of Turtle Island, who are now being misclassified as black, are the original inhabitants of America. But since small to large migrations of foreigners from other continents became a viral trend during the early 1800s, the identities of the Niji were replaced by incoming foreigners. And then everyone residing in America was later referred to as Native Americans. But how is it that all of a sudden, a group of people that were not genetically nor historically associated with the term Indian in its entirety are now somehow referred to as Native Americans as their classification of race by the U.S. Census?
See, this is the reason why I'm displaying this, is to let you folks know that out there that be hating on me and calling me all sorts of names, and y'all be mad, just because I'm presenting information that you can't debunk. Stop saying that we're trying to claim to be Native Americans. They're not indigenous to this landmass. They're not. Anybody can be a native, number one. Number two, you're going to learn in this video where that term came from prior to it being plastered to those descendants of Siberians. You're going to learn today. No. I didn't change my view. This video right here was done in 2021. I stand by everything I posted publicly. Nothing has changed. Don't try to make up a lie because you can't handle what I posted and you can't debunk it. Notice how this is about to say chapter 1. I break everything down and been doing this for years. Can't nobody see me on this. This the reason why y'all scared. Hide behind avatars and create your own video and never pop up on my panel. Ever. I've been doing this since 2015. Not one person can stop it. No matter how much you hate to hear the truth. You're going to learn today. I'm talking to them haters on TikTok, y'all, by the way. I know some of y'all on YouTube can't see that.
The offsprings of previous foreigners of European descent that migrated to North America prior to this great migrational period were threatened by the increase of even more foreigners being welcomed as citizens of America. These people were referred to as nativists, which carried a lifestyle of prejudice and bigotry, racial discrimination, radical political views, and biased religious beliefs. As more immigrants flocked to North American shores, migrating to cities and towns all across the East Coast, the nativist beliefs turned deadly by causing riots to arise in attempts to greet the newly incoming foreigners with resistance. For example, in July of 1844, it was said that a riot took place in the city of Philadelphia, where a large group of nativists burned down 2 Catholic churches and a Catholic school, killing 20 or so people in the process. Now, I'm sure many of you can recall some major events that occurred during the same time period, like the Indian Removal Act of 1830, for example, where President Andrew Jackson forced Indians living all throughout the East Coast of America to migrate to lands west of the Mississippi River, right? Keep that in mind. Now, in the latter part of the year 1849, a politician by the name of Charles B. Allen created the Order of the Star-Spangled Banner in the state of New York, which was a secret society formed in order to stand against the immigration of incoming foreigners of British, Irish, German, Japanese, and Chinese descent to the United States, and anybody else who practiced Catholicism as their religious choice. In order to join this society, the individual is required to be a Protestant of at least 21 years of age and must uncritically obey all orders and political policies established under the oath of this society. Nativists of this secret society would sometimes wear faux Indian outfits and refer to their leaders as chiefs or sachems, marking the original inhabitants of this land. Their flag stated the message, "Native Americans, beware of foreign influence."
You see that?
4 years later, during the year 1853, the nativists of the OSSB formed a political party called the Native American Party.
Wait. Now, I covered this years ago. And I was the very first one. Matter of fact, I know I was the first one because as soon as I put this out, somebody came to me with a lawsuit. Okay? That was the lawsuit. Right after I posted part 1 and part 2, that lawsuit came. White folks thought they was going to be able to, get rid of me off the internet. Got mad what I was posting about. Then they had a campaign out there to slander me. And guess who won? Guess who won? Wait a minute. Can y'all guess who won?
Anyone? 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 Class? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone?
I won. I won. You're not going to be able to stop this information. But yes, right after this, I'm talking about this video right here, part 1 and part 2 on my YouTube channel is when that lawsuit started. And I won. You know why?
Man, let me tell you something. This man is unstoppable.
It's up.
I don't got no reason to lie. You're going to learn today. I'm on the front line for a reason. My ancestors put me here because I can handle everything you got coming as I'm prepared for it. I got weapons too. An army also. Let's go.
James W. Barker leading the charge. This political party's name was later changed a few times, in which I'll go over that in a second. But I wanted to point out that this was reportedly the very first time in America's history of the utilization of the term Native American.
They got mad because I pointed this
the
out.
religious beliefs, traditional practices, and radical political views of this organization, we can easily determine that the word native carried a totally different meaning during this time period. The more commonly known explanation of the term native is a person born in any place, whether country, city, or town. So if you are born in one place, no matter if your parents were originally born there or not, you are then called a native, no matter your historic genetic origins. However,
by the way, they paid me not to expose them after we won. After. They paid me not to expose them.
etymology of the word bears a totally different meaning than one may assume. It states that the term native is defined as a person born in bondage, one born a serf or villain. A serf is an agricultural laborer bound under the feudal system to work on his lord's estate. And a villain is a feudal tenant entirely subject to a lord or manor to whom he pays dues and serves in return for land. So, in other words, the general use of the word native referred to individuals who were literally employees, or rather peasants or laborers or servants or slaves to some form of foreign dictatorship, working to pay off their dues in hopes of being granted land in return. Doesn't this sound all too familiar? And why would the term Native American be associated with pale-complexioned foreigners if American history exclusively labels the descendants of so-called black people as the slaves of the slave trade era? And we know that this secret society was not established with the Aboriginal Niji's interests in mind, because our ancestors did not represent nor support the same beliefs, traditions, and or policies of this secret society, due to the simple fact that our ancestors were not Protestants nor Catholics during this said time period.
Don't forget, that's who was involved in this party. Do not forget that. Now, I'm saying party, but they were a society. Secret society. They were, I'm talking about a whole group of foreigners fighting for their rights over here. This is documented. You're going to learn today.
So could this be the reason why they decided to call their political party the Native American Party? By standing against their oppressors in hopes of reconciliation, political recognition, economic assistance, and land allotments? Land allotments? Land allotments? Land allotments? Land allotments? Land allotments?
What we on, chapter 2? Oh, we just getting warmed up, baby. Talk!
The Native American Party was the third major political party of the United States of America at that time, running against the Federalists in one corner and the Democratic Republican Party in the other. It was said that members of this party responded to questions from the press with, "I know nothing," which led to the organization earning the popularized nickname the Know Nothings by New York Tribune founder Horace Greeley. Smithsonian Magazine wrote, the Know Nothing Party included more than 100 elected congressmen, 8 governors, a controlling share of half a dozen state legislators from Massachusetts to California, and thousands of local politicians. Party members supported deportation of foreign beggars and criminals. A 21-year.
Wait a minute. The reason why is because that's who came here originally. The people that they labeled free whites were criminals, prostitutes, and children. Basically, the children were orphans. They were separated from their families, from their mothers and fathers. This is not a game. The real slaves were them. That's why we call them Euro peons. What is a peon? What is Euro? Think. Why you think they came over here? Why do you think they still come over here? You think they looking for silver and gold? Or is it that the foreign government, which is also foreign, going to be looking out for their own people? Notice how right now, Donald Trump ain't playing no games. He acting just like a Know Nothing Party member. Knocking out, deporting all of those criminals, beggars. You heard them, right? right? So we know what political party he would have been with back then. Everybody else before him was helping out all the foreigners, right? Check after check, benefit after benefit, time after time. Don't let history repeat. The only time it does repeat is if you don't know it and you inadvertently allow it. It's about America. But the government is not about America. The government is about itself. It's a business doing business as the federal government. So corporation, 1871. Y'all know that part. Don't make me break that down. Rewrote its own constitution and put themselves in. Made themselves citizens of a government, not of a country. Keep that in mind. A resident of a country, correction. A person of a country does not have to be labeled a citizen. A citizen is only of a particular governing body. As its slave, as its property. This is the reason why Indians were not supposed to be taxed. The reason why we are taxed is because we did the wrong business with them. We had to disenfranchise ourselves in order to become a citizen under this government. We made a big mistake. That's where we made our mistake. And it reflects in the records. I showed record after record after record of what happened. Some of y'all may even know that it was the United States of the Republic. And then I tell you, listen to the song. When you pledge an allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, why you think this government wants to protect democracy? Protect democracy. It wasn't about democracy. Oh, wait a minute, you changed it. The republic is about the people. The republic is about the people. Only. The democracy is for the government. I went over that too in a couple of videos. If y'all want that next, let me know. I'll go, because I went further in depth with that. Like, I mean, with record and everything. So that's up to y'all. Y'all want to see what happened? All of this stuff I covered before. This, to me, is old. But I know it's millions of people that have no idea. Like, for example, the so-called black people voted for Kamala. You voted for a whole immigrant because she lied and said she was black. We never called Jamaicans black. We called Jamaicans Jamaicans. Her father was allegedly Jamaican. Her mother was allegedly from Hindustan. What do you mean she's black? Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I put that out. Y'all gonna have to learn.
Naturalization period for immigrants. Mandatory Bible reading.
See, the black term got everybody messed up also. You allow other foreigners to step in. Before black, it was Negro and colored. Don't forget, it said whites only, coloreds only. It was never whites only, Negroes only. It was never whites only, blacks only. It was whites only, coloreds only. They going by way of what the government looked at. Even in the census. See, when they used the term Negro, at that time, they were referring to people that looked like us and those that were of fair skin. Rosa Parks. If you haven't, go watch my wife and I's documentary called Mother Rosa. It's on the website. Go download that on your tablet. Watch that front to back. We exposed Rosa Parks. She was a plant. Hired by the NAACP to cause confusion. We break that thing down with record. We don't play no, when we research, we don't play no games. I exposed the civil rights movement. I could get into that in another time. Broke it down. Y'all got to figure out where I'm telling you where the problem happened. In the 1960s. Notice how I'm telling you about the Native American Party in the 1800s. I got to tell you, that civil rights movement, CIA, PSYOP, that whole thing. The whole thing. But Dane, we got something up out of that. No, we didn't. You think civil rights was for you? Now, how come you still fighting for reparations? Uh-oh. But they want to constantly study it, right? I'm going to keep it pushing.
In schools.
You're going to learn
and the
today.
Elimination of all Catholics from public office. They wanted to restore their vision of what America should look like with temperance, Protestantism, self-reliance, with American nationality and work ethic enshrined as the nation's highest values.
They was fighting for nationality. Tell me, is black a nationality? Is African American a nationality? Listen. These group of foreigners was fighting for nationality. Is black a nationality? Is African American a nationality? No, it's not. All that blackity black, we going back to Africa, shut up, because they will send you. They'll drop you off right at the border and say, you find your way from here. Then your so-called African brothers and sisters are not about to walk up to, you're an American. Oh, welcome. We were waiting for you. We're sorry what our people did in the past. Here, let me take your hand. Walk with me. You got another thing coming. They're going to see, it's an American. Let's rob him immediately. Take everything. Because he has nothing. Not over here in the motherland. Y'all so scared. Y'all fell for it. And then when you go visit Africa, it's only 2 or 3 places. Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria. That's only where your passport allows. But you African, huh? You still ain't proved that you was African. But the DNA said. But yeah, I thought you said that the white folks was lying. Saying they was holding back the fact that we came from Africa. Now all of a sudden you trust them? With DNA? You from Africa, huh?
No, you're not. Yeah, no, you're not. No, you're not. Stop.
End quote.
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just told you.
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it.
I don't know who the Proud Boys are. I mean, you'll have to give me a definition because I really don't know who they are. I can only say they have to stand down, let law enforcement.
Remember, they was dubbed as the Know Nothings. And what is Trump doing right now?
Enforcement do their work. I don't know anything about him. Somebody told me yesterday, whoever he is, he did endorse me. just so you understand, I don't know anything about David Duke, okay? I don't know anything about what you're even talking about with white supremacy or white supremacists. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know, did he endorse me or what's going on? Because, you know, I know nothing about David Duke. I know nothing about white supremacists. I know nothing about Russia. I know about Russia, but I know nothing about the inner workings of Russia. I know nothing about WikiLeaks.
WikiLeaks. I love WikiLeaks.
I know nothing about that. First time I've heard it. I know nothing about the project other than I didn't like, when I read about it, I didn't like it. I think it's a very sad thing for Mr. Bannon. I could perhaps ask Tony about that because I don't know anything about it. I mean, you say we did that. I don't know anything about it.
In February of 2021, the Washington Post stated, quote, "The Know Nothings formed a political movement that briefly became a major political party in the United States in the mid-1800s. The movement was marked by nativism and wild conspiracy theories, including that the Catholic Church was preparing a hostile takeover of the US government." But was this all really just a conspiracy theory, or has it already been proven to be true when Pope Pius IX born Giovanni Ferretti, who was the head of the Catholic Church from 1846 to 1878, which is the longest papal reign recorded to date, approved the unanimous request of American bishops that the Immaculate Conception be invoked as the patroness of the United States of America on February 7th, 1847?
Church and state. That's who's running the government. The Protestants. They're going to call it the Puritan way of life. Y'all going to learn, bruh. So all of a sudden, they did away with the Native American Party. Why? Because they got inside the government. Remember how you kept saying, no, the enemy is the Vatican. The enemy is the, and you're right, because who wrote the Doctrine of Discovery? And all of them tie together. All of them are with each other. The Quakers, the Catholics, Christianity, all of them together. Many denominations of the Catholic Christian society. This is not a game. This is not me hating them. This is me telling you what happened. And it's the truth. All the way back, 1600s, the Congregation for Propagating the Gospel in Foreign Parts. They came by way of the Church of England. The Congregation for Propagating the Gospel in Foreign Parts. They weren't from here. They came with the Bible for real as their weapon. And told you to worship their God. And they did that same thing in the government. Because who are you pledging allegiance to? The flag? What does that flag represent? Ooh, I got another video on that too. That's on the channel. Woo! Y'all gotta understand. They wanted you to submit to a higher authority, unforeseen. Doesn't that sound familiar? In every religious belief, they want you to submit to a higher authority, unforeseen. Yeah, it was Catholics versus the Protestants. I agree. Catholics versus what they call the illuminated ones. But technically today, they together. They called themselves the illuminated ones. That's where y'all get Illuminati from. Yes, and they created secret societies just like the Native American Party. Don't forget the Franco-American Union, where France and the so-called immigrant Americans were together. They created the Statue of Liberty, telling people to come on over here. I told you it was Motel 6 style. They left the light on to let them know where to come. The Statue of Liberty was the lighthouse. I showed you picture after picture after picture of those foreigners coming over here by way of boat, waving and praising the Statue of Liberty because they knew they made it to what they call the New World. It was new to them, not to us. Now we talking about peasants. Y'all giving these folks too much props. Yeah, it was a lighthouse. Y'all giving these peasants too much power when y'all say that those same peasants were able to come from a totally different landmass, go to Africa, a totally different landmass, capture Africans, and bring them to America, another totally different landmass. Are you kidding me? They never told you what army. They never told you what the captains, the lieutenants, the sergeants. They never told you what wars took place. None of that. What weapons they used, what landmass they were on. They just told you, yeah, this existed. Then they gave you a website. Right? And remember, I exposed that website before they changed it. I exposed that website so hard they had to change their numbers. It went from 12.5 million to 5 million, 32 to what they did he say 32,000 or 36,000? I forgot which one it was. I'm talking about from the 1500s to 1865, 30. Let's just say 36,000 people from Africa. No, it went down from 5,000 to 388,000 to 36 or 32,000. They dropped it down again. Yeah, slavevoyages.org. They dropped it down again. I went live and I made like 3 videos as soon as they did that and let them tell you because they put it on camera. I'm talking about their faces and their mouths moving, telling you. I think it was 30. It was either 32 or 36,000. I was like, bro, you made this up they were making it up from day one. They were making it up from day one and admitted it on the website. When I exposed that website, they changed it the very next year. Top to bottom. It don't even look the same. When I exposed the 1619 story that they was giving us, they had to come up with the 1619 project to add more to the story. They felt real bad. That's when Google came at me asking, can I have a Google Wikipedia page? I said, hell no. Back then, that was 2017, 2018, I turned them down. Hell no. I don't need none of that. You just better correct it. I exposed the Virginia Department of Historic Resources, and they got the majority of the records, believe it or not. And I told you why, because the majority of this landmass was called Virginia, unfortunately. Virgin Mary, Virginia, that was their little religious belief. That's why you see Virginia and Maryland right next to each other. In between Washington, D.C. They talking about something, they fighting for stateship. Washington, D.C. was never supposed to be a state. It was never meant to be a state. It was always a city. Before it was called Washington, D.C., it was called the city of Washington. I was telling people this. By way of those records, those War Department records, the Continental Congress, they said City of Washington. And all of those societies that was coming from their religious belief, whether it was Protestantism or whatever, it doesn't matter. Methodists, Baptists, all of them got together and created societies in hopes to get rid of the so-called Negro problem. They called it the Negro problem. They said, okay, if they don't want to attach to our religion, let's hope that we can ship them over there to West Africa. How you think Liberia got started? Those people are not Africans. Those people are they're ancestors are descendants of right here. According to their records, that landmass was not populated. And that's what they said. And they wanted to move our people over there. And now it was less than 13,000 of them that eventually went. Everybody else was like, what I say? It's on my TikTok. Y'all remember? On my TikTok, I said, everybody else said, kick rocks. What Negro problem? We stayed. Yeah. The American Colonization Society is one of them. There was numerous societies. Numerous. At that time. That's why I also told you that the transatlantic slave trade was told in reverse. It wasn't us, it was them. This entire time. You're gonna learn.
Leave your comment.
Everything that I state, I put up records already. It's all over my YouTube channel. If you don't believe me, good. Write it down and look it up. I dare you. Let me come back a little bit.
Which is the longest papal reign recorded to date, approved the unanimous request of American bishops.
No, they not gonna be able to debunk. Let me tell you why they not gonna be able to debunk me, right? Let me tell you why. Because they worship Google and Wikipedia and Chat GPT. That's why. They don't know how to find government records. They don't even know what that looks like. They haven't even touched college or university. Let me not even go there. When I said historians and anthropologists and scientists agree with me and came out on record, on screen and podcasting and in their books. And backed me up. Receipt after receipt after receipt. And I'm still here. I'm still waiting for somebody to dare have the balls to debunk what I state and what I put out there publicly. I dare you. I'm waiting. YouTube, this ain't got nothing to do with y'all. This is these TikTok folk right here. It's these TikTok folk that swear to God that they know something. Just because they could do a green screen on their cell phone and do a screen capture of Wikipedia. See, right here it says, that's not research at all. The internet is not a primary source. You debunked right there. The internet came about in the 1980s. That's the reason why it's not primary. There's nothing primary about the internet. Start from scratch. You talking to an ethnographic researcher. That means I'm in the field. I put in the footwork. Yeah, Umar Johnson been running. He don't want no smoke. He saw it. I'm going to tell you. He saw my video on him and backed off. That was it. He ain't want no smoke. That very next day after that video came out, he went live and said,
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
He don't want no smoke with me. And that's your prince, right, Pan Goofies? That's your prince. Now where your king? I'll chop his head off. Where he at? I'm waiting for him. Soon as he show his face, he probably got pale skin. With a badge on his chest. If he ever decide to pull up, All All right, let's get back.
1846 to 1878, which is the longest papal reign recorded to date, approved the unanimous request of American bishops that the Immaculate Conception be invoked as the patroness of the United States of America on February 7th, 1847. Leave your comments down below and tell me what you think. On the date of August 24th, 1855, in a letter to Joshua F. Speed, Abraham Lincoln shared his opinion of the Know Nothing Party by stating the following: "I am not a know-nothing, that is certain. How could I be? How can anyone who abhors the oppression of Negroes be in favor of degrading classes of white people? Our progress in degeneracy appears to me to be pretty rapid. As a nation, we begin by declaring that all men are created equal. We now practically read it, all men are created equal except Negroes. When the know-nothings get control, it will read, all men are created equal except Negroes and foreigners and Catholics. When it comes to this, I should prefer immigrating to some country where they make no pretense of loving liberty. To Russia, for instance, where despotism can be taken pure and without the base alloy of hypocrisy." What is very important to note here is that Lincoln shared his frustration with the know-nothings, and he also details that he stands against the oppression of Negroes, admitting that it does in fact exist, and he much rather migrate to another country where class discrimination is absent. Did you notice how Abraham Lincoln used the term Negro instead of Indian or Native in this letter? And also, why did he use the word class instead of race? Before groups of people were socially constructed as races of people, humans were categorically divided and arranged in classes by similarity, just like animals and plants are, for example. According to the 1828 Webster's English Language Dictionary, the noun class is defined as an order or rank of persons, a number of persons in society supposed to have some resemblance or equality in rank, education, property, talents, and the like.
Hey, moderators, stop blocking those trolls inside of TikTok, please. Snipe them trolls out of TikTok. I'm talking about if they say anything trolling, get them out of there. I want people to have a better experience in chat than that hating. I appreciate that.
As in the phrase, all classes of men in society. A class is a scientific division or arrangement of a set of beings or things having something in common or ranged under a common denomination. The term race used to distinguish humans is newly formed, but not its overall discriminating concept, because the practice to rank humans by class was applied prior to any use of the term racism in American history. So a population ranking system did in fact exist and is still active today strictly as a means of transportation, which is another form of manipulation and control. And here's what I mean by that.
We went over that picture yesterday. Day before yesterday.
Now, some of you have subscribed to the definition of the word transportation, referring to objects or things utilized for the purpose of moving objects, things, or people from one place to another. But according to the etymology of the noun transport, it is also, quote, a state of being carried away by overwhelming emotion. Listen closely. When transport is used as a verb in this sense, it means to hold someone spellbound. So in other words, transportation is another way of saying rapture or trance or ecstasy, which is a mystic state of being beyond self-control. And in most cases, being beyond self-control also refers to you not being in the driver's seat of boats, ships, buses, taxis, planes, and underground railway systems for that matter. It could also be referring to a story in a book that places the reader into a trance that allows them to travel and experience new beginnings and new worlds by the use of their imagination. This state of being beyond self-control can also be referring to an individual that has been arrested and is serving time in jail, because that is literally a person that's in a state of being beyond their control. According to the National Archives of the UK, transportation has been used as a form of punishment since 1717. Under the Bloody Code, courts were looking for a punishment which was not as extreme as hanging, but tougher than a fine. In the absence of proper prisons, transportation was the answer and was used for over 100 years. In the 18th century, convicts were transported to America.
Whoa. Whoa. Hold up, Dane. Let that sink in. What'd I say? I've been telling you who the slaves were. Been telling you. You don't know about that bloody code, huh? You gonna learn today. Let me come back so it can be brighter so you can screenshot it. You can verify everything I post. It's publicly verifiable. Everything I post. And it's going to be more things that you're going to have to screenshot, like how we did the last live stream. I'm talking to TikTok, YouTube, y'all know. TikTok don't know just yet. They only saw clips of my stuff on TikTok. You telling me that I blocked you? If you were blocked, I wouldn't be able to see your comment. All right, here we go. Transportation was the answer and was used for over 100 years. In the 18th century, convicts were transported to America. After U.S. independence in 1776, however, this option was closed and the British government looked for another destination. Yeah, okay. Australia had been mapped and claimed as British territory in 1770, so convicts began to be sent there. From 1787 to 1857, 162,000 British convicts were transported to Australia. 7 out of 8 of these were male. Some were as young as 9 or 10. Some were over 80. Many political prisoners were transported, including Luddites, Chartists, the Toll Puddle Martyrs, and Irish nationalists. End quote. Notice how they didn't tell you the number of how many was transported to America. Maybe they telling you that number on slavevoyages.org. I mean, they made you think that slavery had to do only with so-called Black Americans. But what about them? Slavevoyages.org doesn't have a race on those numbers. Think about it. They're not even telling you the gender, whether they were male or female, right? They just telling you numbers. Think about it. Think about it. It get deep. So, the incoming foreigners to America between the 1700s and the 1900s were considered criminals, or rather peasants, by the countries of origin they were expelled from. And that's still today. That's still today. All of us have heard Donald Trump complain about the immigrants, right? And he also complained about how these immigrants are criminals. He's not going to use the term peasant. They're going to say criminals. That happened back then is still happening today. What are we going to do about it? What you need to realize is this. Again, history only repeats if you allow it, because you're unaware of it. Now that you're aware of it, what are you going to do about it? I'm posing the question because the question has not been posed upon you previously by your teachers in school, your professors in colleges and universities, and neither from those actors and actresses that's playing a role as politicians as if they're representing you when they're representing the governments that hired them. Of each district. They're not for you. They never was. No matter their skin complexion. Like the Ayanna Presley girl, that's a Democrat. The Jasmine Crockett, that's a Democrat. Look, notice how they playing with your mind. Jasmine Crockett put out a video yesterday where she was dancing to Kendrick Lamar. Right? You know, she's strutting her stuff. You know, she feeling herself. She thinks she cute, got her hair and nails done and everything like that. Wheeling you in. You think she for the people just because she's around your age and listen to Kendrick Lamar, but what's her agenda? It was never about her agenda. It's about who's above her and their agenda. She has to play that role. That's what she gets paid to do. She has meetings with her handlers daily. She's just the puppet that they put on correction. She's the puppet that they put on screen. That's what I want to say. All of them are. Every single one of those politicians. Dane, what about Trump? Same thing, but he has a different agenda. His background, a lot of acting, but definitely a lot of business moves. He's a businessman. He's going to take care of the business side of the government. Whether if it's for the people that you think he will be doing it for, or for the large corporations in which you should know that he's doing it for. Elon Musk had to come out and tell y'all that they're going to work something out where $5,000 is going to be going back to the people. Trump ain't say that. They found billions of dollars going to different immigrants of other countries. And I told y'all during my 3 live streams ago, I said, okay, you found all that money, in which we already knew you were paying, different countries of other continents. You taking care of them immigrants because this is a foreign government. So where's that money going to go now? This is your tax paying dollars going to other places. They gave Ukraine, as an example, billions of with a capital B. Billions of dollars in aid, and turned around and told you $5,000. Remember one of those live streams where I showed y'all that those illegal immigrants was coming after Joe Biden because they said they were separated from their families during Trump's first term, and they were suing them for, I think it was about $2 to $3 million, and Joe Biden settled and gave them $2 to $3 billion, and Joe Biden settled for $450,000 per family. Y'all forgot about that, didn't y'all? I also showed you another video where the people in New York were complaining about how their former mayor, I'm not sure if he's the former mayor or not, I think he is the former mayor, was handing those illegal immigrants those debit cards, and they lied to you and said that it was, no, it was only for the food. And people on TikTok, y'all should remember TikTok, was exposed. I'm talking about people that worked at the grocery stores, was exposing that those debit cards were being used as debit cards and not just for food. They were able to go to the liquor store. They were able to go to the gas station, all of that. Right? Not only that, one of those people on TikTok, the lady at the grocery store, the reason why I brought up the grocery store, showed that one card, because it said it on a receipt, she showed the receipt that the balance on one of those immigrants' cards was for $26,000. But they turned around and said, nah, we're going to give Elon, Doge, said $5,000. Is that enough? No, they're not. They don't care about Americans. Fired all of those federal government workers, blue and white collar. No, Dane, but no, he giving them stimulus packages. Not all of them. And it's to the point now where state governments are firing their state government workers with no stimulus packages. People are losing their jobs, y'all. Thousands of people are. No backup. None. Okay, Adams is still a mayor? Okay. Because I remember that time where they were saying they was asking for him to resign, so I'm not sure if he did or not. I wasn't paying attention on that part. Yeah, and then people was complaining about how Elon Musk seemed like he the president. He acted like he the president, right? Keep in mind, they said the same thing about Benjamin Franklin because his signature was on everything, right? You ain't see George Washington everywhere. You saw Ben Frank. You was like, what? Was he the president? Same thing with Elon Musk, right? But keep in mind, Elon Musk at that forefront because he was the #1 campaign funder for Donald Trump. I mean, a billionaire gonna look out for a billionaire, right? That was a business move. Keep in mind, I'm not for Democrat nor Republican, so I don't care if you get mad at me because I'm talking about both sides. I'm not here for that. I'm not for neither one of them. I'm for us because they're not for us. And they haven't proved me wrong yet. But no, Dane, this is his second time. Wait, Trump gonna help us. Wait a minute. He just got in there. I don't want to hear that. I'm not the type that want to sit and wait. I mean, we were sitting and wait on Jesus and he ain't get here yet. I don't want to hear that. You wanted me to wait on Santa. I never seen Santa come to the door. Oh, all right, I'm going to keep going.
1700s and the 1900s were considered criminals. Or
I ain't never seen Santa come down. We had a fireplace too. I made cookies and gave him a glass of milk. I'm like, what? Where this nigga? I stayed up. Where this nigga at? Come to find out it's my parents. But I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. That just goes to show you how it fall back on us. It's not about what they put out in the forefront where it could be. It ain't that. We know that. We see that. We the ones that's working. We the ones that should determine what go on. All of a sudden, they telling you got to go vote, and that voting system ain't transparent. You don't know what happened. But I voted, Dane. See, I'm a registered voter. I went to a computer to go vote. But they calculating it, Dane. No, trust them. Just like you want me to trust the genealogy DNA test, send my information to them, to some strangers we never get to see, and then out come some results. From what? The same thing. See there, paying goofies? Same thing. Right? Always want me to sit back and believe in something unforeseen, huh? Believe in something unforeseen other than myself, right? I can see myself in the mirror. Can you see yourself in the mirror? Can you stand and look in the mirror and see yourself doing for yourself? If you don't see yourself doing for yourself, bye. Get off of this live stream right now. Right now. We could do this without them. We have before. I covered that too. Multiple times. I'm not about to sit down and kiss somebody's ass that ain't never done nothing for me just because they hold some goddamn title. That's just like looking at the police officer and think that he above me. When he's supposed to be a public servant, protecting property. Right? Keep that in mind. They're supposed to be public servants protecting property, not people. I wouldn't put my trust in them. If they were supposed to be protecting me, they would be with me 24/7. Not me waiting on hold, calling 911, and then 15 minutes later they get here. I don't want to hear that.
Rather, peasants by the countries of origin they were expelled from. And the punishment was to be transported to foreign parts of the world that foreign governments somehow managed to claim ownership of by remote control. This also exposes why the...
Look at that. Statue of Liberty in the back, coming by boat. Not only do they got paintings of this, they got pictures, and I showed you endless pictures of this. TikTok, go back. I showed you pictures. Go back. It's up there.
U.S. Census utilized the classification free
YouTube
whites
already know.
on the 1790 census and up until the 1840 census. And the description of these people is also a perfect match with who Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. made reference to during this meeting.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest.
Gave it all to them.
Which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. Which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in...
Hold on. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Guess who the county agents were? Notice how number one, our people were the number one farmers in America for years. Now, all of a sudden, our people don't know how to farm in large mass. It was our people that was working with them counties as agents to further those foreigners' expertise in farming. They were working for the government. Not only that, they were also the enumerators. The enumerators, the county agents, the police, all of them were the U.S. Marshals. The U.S. Marshals was us. Only an Indian can know where the Indian resides and can be welcomed in their territory without any hostility. Only an Indian can know where an Indian resides and be welcomed in their territory without any hostility. Back then, we weren't living in the ghettos. There was no such thing as inner cities. We weren't living in teepees. Only squatters live in teepees. We weren't living in tents. When we built castles, mounds, mountains, pyramids, brick masons, that's right. Blacksmiths. Big Mama always knew how to sew. Caregivers. We did everything we needed to do in order for us to survive. Don't let them tell you any different. Don't let them do it. We had them foreigners out there picking cotton for us because we owned the so-called plantations. What is that? Plantation. That's the land. That's land that's a farm. An area where crops are being grown. We had the farms, goddammit. We had them. Now all of a sudden, can't nobody grow a goddamn flower in their own backyard that look like you and I. Look what happened. Now that's taking power away from you. That's moving commerce and trade in their favor. I remember in my book called Fixing America's Broken Promise, I told you who was to blame for taking everything. Go get it. Fixing America's Broken Promise. Me and my wife broke it down. We told you who need to be held responsible by name. Because they not hiding. You just never went to go look. I'm talking about handing these folks land here. That was ours. And then turned around and got the children of that era to make the so-called black people be disenfranchised by becoming elected voters. Or electors, rather. Let me say it correctly. Electors. Those electors were the voters. We already had the right to vote. What makes you think they needed to do that again? We fighting for the right to vote. Nah. You talking about fighting for the right to vote in their parties? That's what happened. We weren't a part of their parties. We didn't need to be. I'm going to ask y'all right now. If a group of foreigners got a party going on at their house and you weren't invited, you think they're going to let you come in quietly? If you knock on the door and say, let me in, I want to party with y'all. They don't know who you are. Wait, you know somebody here? But if it's a group of y'all that want to come join their party, a party of foreigners, knocking on the door, that's going to scare them a little bit. Wait a minute, y'all, hold on. Let's let them in here for a little minute. Maybe they'll, I don't know. I don't know what their intent is. Let's just see. But what if they came with other foreigners to come in that foreigner party? That's what happened. The foreigners let them in. Had an agenda. This is what you need. Whole time, don't forget, all of that stuff was for them, not for us. And you know that because look at it now. And you ask the question, Dane, well, why are they doing better than us? Why? Well, because it was designed for that. It wasn't the fact that they were doing better than us. It was designed for them to be up to par with us because we had everything already. We had the jobs. We had the businesses. We had the land. We had the banks. We had the churches. We had the grocery stores. We had the laundromats. We had the barbershops. We had the salons. We had the movie theaters. We had this years ago. For years. They wanted to be like us. What you think blackface is about? Blackface wasn't to make fun of you. Blackface was a comedian from New York, being surrounded by people that look like you and I. He called himself Jim Crow. I went over that too. That was about comedic style, wanting to fit in. I'm going to paint myself to look just like you. I want to be just like you. Right now, TikTok, YouTube, We are the trendsetters now. It will be no TikTok. It will be no YouTube if something that we didn't do didn't go viral. We are the trendsetters. We are the go-getters, head runners, forerunners. They want to be like us. Why you think Kendrick Lamar said not like us? He trying to tell you there's a difference. There's a difference. He did that when all of his fan base is larger than just us. He did that to let folks know there's a difference, because there's nothing wrong with stating that it's a difference. It's nothing wrong with being prejudiced. It's something wrong with being racist. Prejudice is having love for your own people. Prejudice is having love for your own people. It's nothing wrong with having love for your own people, because other foreigners are doing it. Latinos look after Latinos here. Jamaicans look after Jamaicans. Haitians look after Haitians. Right? Cubans look after Cubans. Dominican Republicans look after them. Right? The French look after the French. Right? The list goes on. Do we look after our own people? Do we look after talk to me? Talk to me. Do we look after our own people? Nah, but we think we gotta get awarded by some white man. We gotta, no. It's not gonna be legit unless we get an award by some white man. I gotta be at his award show. I gotta go to his graduation to get his paper. I gotta get inside of his political party to think that my word count. And it still don't, goddammit. The only way our word is going to count is if our word count amongst our own. There's nothing wrong with being prejudiced. It's a lot wrong with being racist. Your enemy has no set skin complexion, because your enemy comes in various skin complexions. Even your own. Martin Luther King was saying this speech back then, and people was, yes, say it, Dane. Say it, Martin Luther King. And they weren't listening to what he was saying. He was telling y'all back then what the government did wrong by lying. Stating that the civil rights was for us when it never was. Never. Not one time do you see the terms Negro, colored, black, African American at all inside of the Civil Rights Act. Pick one. It was more than one. Pick one. Pick one. I dare you to see it. No, Dane, but it was in the 13th Amendment. Check the 13th. Check it. Check it. Again, it wasn't designed for us. It was designed for them. If you think I'm wrong, Prove me wrong. Don't believe me. Go look it up on your own. Go look it up. That shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be. Maybe Chat GPT and Google could help you with that piece. Maybe. Again, I don't recommend those things. Those algorithms have been programmed. Like when they say numbers lie, correction, they say men lie, women lie, but numbers don't lie. That's a lie. It was men and women that created the numbers. Programming, 0101. The computers talking code. Numbers. Your enemies talking code. Numbers. Gematria. What up, Zach? They've been doing this for a long time, religiously. And meanwhile, our people that's 50 and up, like, stay on code, stay on code. Keep in mind, we never established a code. Woo! Listen. Our brothers and sisters could recall the street code well if they street people. But what if you're not? Then what code are you referring to? Kiss the white man's ass and hope that you can fit in? Keep in mind, they were in the same position that you are in right now, back then. The table only turned because our people allowed it. It's time to change it. Remember how them people be like, well, dang, you give a lot of information, but what about the solution? Every time I go live, I give a solution. Every time I go live, I give a solution. TikTok, I dare you to chop that up and put it up. YouTube, y'all do the same thing. Chop what I just said up and put it up. I'm not going, no. Chop, I don't care if your channel monetized. Chop what I said up and put it up. Put it up. I dare you. Let everybody hear what I just said. I know TikTok, y'all can only go 3 minutes long, but YouTube, what you waiting for? All right, let's keep it moving.
Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms.
Mechanize our farms. Now he got that Georgia accent. Mechanize our and you know that's what happened? He did not lie not one time.
Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions
in dollars in federal subsidies not to farm. Oh my God. Listen, y'all, this is happening again.
Of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And this is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check,
Now, we coming to get our check. They stopped them from doing that, right? The Poor People's Campaign never seen a light of day because they got rid of him. Because that's what the government is afraid of. Martin Luther King had the type of following without the internet that could change the world. They had to get rid of him because at first he was a plant. Then he turned his back against the government and said, oh, hell nah. Not only are you doing that to all people, you're doing that to my people. Then he turned into the government's worst nightmare. The government sent the military to get him. We can't let that happen again. Well, Dane, how do we not let that happen again? Ain't you a leader? See, the thing is that all of us got to be leaders. All of us. It's not supposed to be, oh, they get to take me out and that's it. Everything stopped there. All of us got to be leaders. Now, I'm the principal chief in truth, right? Some of y'all call me Big Chief. I appreciate that. Yes, I'm a leader. Yes, I stand on that. I stand on business, but I also stand on principles. And I'm telling you one of them. Look in the mirror and tell yourself that you are a leader. Don't let nobody persuade you into thinking that you're something that you're not. Know who you are. Genealogy. Know who you are. Because by that time, nobody can tell you any different, no matter what they may believe. So we could solve that identity problem, so we could solve all the rest of these problems that came with it. We can't let people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, because Farrakhan getting ready to pass too, because he up there. We can't let these people die in vain. Fred Hampton, Dick Gregory, Steve Coakley, we can't let them die in vain. Bob Marley. Michael Jackson. Yeah, I said it. I so did. Come on.
These foreign peasants or criminals of other countries later became who was known as the nativist of the 1850 period that I mentioned earlier in the segment. And they encountered many obstacles while attempting to survive in unfamiliar territories of America, like attempting to validate themselves as residents, for example. Because of the millions of the indigenous Niji already inhabiting Turtle Island and governing themselves just fine, all while controlling the trading system of their crops grown and other useful resources. So prior to these foreigners becoming nativist of America, they needed to quell the raids and revolts of Indian resistance and make new deals with their tribal leaders in order to persuade them into a false hope of equality. Peace treaties were written as promissory notes of the foreigners to the Indians, asking for their agricultural assistance while promising that all men are created equal in return. But it's quite obvious that promise was broken due to the systematic implementation of foreign policies and international laws of foreign countries, and by the use of social engineering experiments, like, for example, making the Indians disappear without having to actually remove them physically. How would you do that, you ask? Well, again, by means of transportation.
All right, that's not it, because I got part 2 right behind that.
Let's
begin.
let
me before I begin part 2. Let's make sure that we clear real quick. I wanna get hyped again. Okay, I love that. I love that higher form of energy. I love that love. That's the highest form of energy. Can I get y'all to turn up again?
Spamming emojis and flattening the chat. Turn up.
Spam that chat up.
Turn up. Keep spamming emojis and flattening the chat.
Spam the emojis in that chat. Let me give me hype, y'all. Come on. Give me hype. Spam them emojis in the chat. Look, and if y'all haven't already, I know I don't usually say this, but hit that like button if you're enjoying it so far. If y'all on YouTube. I think TikTok does the like also. I'm not too TikTok savvy. I'm getting there, y'all. TikTok, bear with me, okay? All of y'all that was showing love and, doing the gifting and everything inside of TikTok, I appreciate that. Those that were becoming members on TikTok, I appreciate that. Those of you that were becoming members on YouTube, I appreciate that. Those of you that donated on YouTube, I appreciate that. That's all love. That's all love. I appreciate that.
Turn up. Keep spamming emojis and flooding the chat. Hey, hey, hey.
All right, so we coming back just a little bit. Coming back just a little bit, and then we go play that other one because part 2 is right behind that one. So let's do
again, by means of transportation.
We're going to go right into part 2 right here. It ain't cutting off. We're going into part 2 right here.
Let's begin with a quick reminder of some important factors that are detailed in part 1 of this segment, like the fact that I proved to my viewers where the term Native American derived from, and why it was used to describe only incoming foreigners of other countries that adapted nativism as their way of life. I also pointed out that the incoming foreigners between the 1700s and the 1900s were considered criminals, or rather peasants, by the countries of origin they were expelled from. And the punishment was to be transported to foreign parts of the world that foreign governments somehow managed to claim ownership of by remote control. My viewers were also made aware of the details behind the third largest political party of that time, called the Native American Party, which was in fact organized for the strict purpose to serve as salvation for only particular foreigners of specific countries who believed in only particular religious choices. This was the first use of the term Native American recorded in history. They were nicknamed the Know-Nothings by the media due to not answering questions from the public about the operations and agendas of their secret societies. And notice the use of the plural form of that word, because there were more involved in which I may shed some light upon on a later date. Keep in mind that the people we see today are their offsprings, by the way, but let's not jump too far ahead just yet. Getting back to where we left off in part 1 of this segment, making the Indians disappear without having to actually remove them physically was done so by means of transportation. The hidden means of transportation is set to influence public perception through mandatory learning curriculums based upon the beliefs of complete strangers by way of their biased manipulative storytelling, in which these stories are conveniently created and cultivated by organizations associated with these same strangers or criminals descending from foreign countries. Just think about how often an individual's personal experience absorbs them into a totally different narrative from what they are familiar with. Like, for example, complete strangers that are in formation with writing fairy tales over and over again until you accept it as your factual history, propelling you into a transportation with your eyes open as you assume the characterized role of whatever the strangers presented and deem as your story. Literally. Now, we can all agree that stories have been a form of communication for centuries. And according to an article written for Oxford Research Encyclopedias, published January 25th, 2017, on the topic of transportation theory, it states, quote, "Oral storytelling allowed for individuals to share and pass down knowledge before written communication was widespread. And even today, stories are a central part of interpersonal and mass communication. One important function of stories is to persuade. Individuals' attitudes and beliefs can be shaped by the stories they hear. Narrative transportation refers to the experience and feeling of being so absorbed in a story that connection to the real world is lost for some time. Transported recipients may lose access to real-world knowledge, making them susceptible and more likely to adapt their real-world beliefs and behaviors to be more consistent with the story to which they are exposed. Transportation theory suggests several mechanisms to explain this phenomenon, including reduced counter-arguing, connections with characters, heightened perceptions of realism, the formation of vivid mental imagery, and emotional engagement. End quote. So in other words, the further you are away from reality, the more difficult it becomes to determine what is real from what is virtual real, which is more commonly pronounced as virtual. According to the 5th edition of the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, the word vir means a male person, a man, or husband. The word virtual is defined as having the essence or effect of, but not the appearance or form of. Listen closely. The word virtual is used to determine when something only exists in the mind, especially as a product of imagination. And we know this to be true because, for example, a virtual reality game is based on computer software programming that enables a user to play a simulation of life, meaning that it's not real. So, since the word virtual is used in a masculine manner, the phrase virtual reality is another way of saying man-made reality, which allows the participant to lose access or connection with the real world. The article goes on to state that this experience is a key mechanism underlying narrative influence on recipients' attitudes and beliefs, particularly in combination with enjoyment and character identification. I'll give you an example of this combination of enjoyment and character identification, like Harriet Tubman and Nat Turner, for instance, which are both heavily campaigned fictional stories that were narratively transported through acts of Congress into a particular generation's reality by way of indoctrinating school curriculums following orders of the government. So now you may be asking, how does one become transported? Transportation can occur in written, spoken audio, and visual narrative, and can result from both fictional and non-fictional narrative. In addition, traditional forms such as novels and short stories, narrative structure is also used as a tool for a variety of communication domains, including entertainment, like television series, movies, and video games, health education, like health interventions and educational programs, and advertising, like campaigns and commercials. How do you tell a child that Santa Claus is just a myth, the tooth fairy does not exist, or that a bunny and its eggs have no correlation with the story of Easter Sunday? What if that child grows into their adulthood believing these fairy tales? Are the parents to blame for sharing blatant lies with their children?
Hey! Ooh, hey, I was cooking right there, bro. Cooking! You can't tell me I don't be writing, bro. I was cooking
Set
right
it on
there,
fire.
bro.
Fire.
All right. I got hype. All right, I'm gonna keep going.
Is lying to children a part of developing their mental capabilities?
Woo, hold on. Go back. Oh, shit.
Blame for sharing blatant lies with their children?
Woo!
Is lying to children a part of developing their mental capabilities? And once that child becomes an adult with their own children, is it still okay to continuously spread those same lies? This social engineering tactic is traditionally utilized by the anonymous writers of American history, along with the dictators of the American educational system, in order to provide the needy, whether child or adult, a false hope and a false hero or heroine, manipulating their minds to consent to be controlled, and blinded from it all due to the enjoyment of identifying with these characters that strangers have created. What's noteworthy here is how all of this truly affects the children as students in compulsory educational institutions, systematically, and this fact can be identified as true even today. For example, the story of the transatlantic slave trade being used as part of school curriculums only, and not a factual story that was traditionally passed down by knowledgeable elder members of our families or tribes.
Hold up. That's very good. That was very good, Dane. Past Dane, I'm talking to past Dane. That was very good. Because think about that. We were only taught about that transatlantic slave trade in school. Only. The elders of our family members did not pass that down. At all. The elders of our family members never stated anything like that. Ever. Not one time. I'm talking about those people that were born in the early 1950s and prior. Don't got no idea about a transatlantic slave trade. You heard me, right? Don't know nothing about that. You got to tell them what that's about. And look, here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Neither does the Africans. That has not been indoctrinated by compulsory education in America. That story wasn't passed down to them neither. Those of you on TikTok, I got videos on my YouTube channel of Africans admitting to what I just stated on camera. Let's get back to it.
You're a Negro.
No.
I am your teacher. You are a Negro.
No.
Suppose I threatened to beat you, what would you say? Aren't you a Negro now?
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Stop. That is a teach. Ooh, y'all listen to how deep this is. That is a teacher teaching a vulnerable baby boy that his nationality is Afro-American. And that is not a nationality still to this day. That's indoctrination. That's why I said your enemy has no set skin complexion. That brother is of color. Let that sink in.
Traditionally passed down
do it again.
by knowledgeable elder members of our families
today.
or tribes.
You're a Negro.
No.
I am your teacher. You are a Negro.
No.
Suppose I threatened to beat you, what would you say? Aren't you a Negro now?
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Suppose I had some money in my pocket. Suppose I gave you $1 to say that you're an American Negro. This is money now. Money talks. Money talks. This dollar. And if you don't say it, you don't get it. You're an American Negro, aren't you?
No.
You won't have any money. You know you need money, don't you?
Yeah.
You need money to live, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. All you have to say, Leon, is that you're an American Negro. Aren't you an American Negro? Are you an American Negro?
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What's your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Very good, man. Keep it up. Go sit down. You had to think about that a minute, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right. All right, everybody. What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Now, keep in mind, that was coming from, he told him to say no to American Negro and say yes to Afro-American. I'm going to let that sink in for a second. Neither one of them are a nationality, by the way. Neither one of them. Not black, not Afro-American. See, keep in mind, look at that. Made that boy say, I'm black and I'm beautiful. What is your nationality? I'm Afro-American. That's two separate. What are we doing? That's two separate things. Why would you not call or refer to yourself as what your tribe, listen, refers to themselves as? Why would you do that? We call Jamaicans Jamaican, correction. We call Haitians Haitians, right? We call Mexicans Mexicans. We call people of China Chinese. People of Japan Japanese. I mean, think about that now. If that's the case, then that will make us what? American. And on your passport, it's going to say what? American. American is your nationality. But you messed up by calling yourself an American citizen. That's where you messed up at. There's nothing national. Listen. There's nothing national about being a citizen. Some of y'all out there may have heard of American National, right? How come you didn't take a look into that? How come that wasn't put out in the forefront in the 1960s for our people to see? Back then, they was teaching the children, vulnerable children, that their nationality was Afro-American. That was never a nationality. Neither was black, neither was Negro. Neither was colored. Y'all ready? This whole time, we have been misclassified and reclassified over and over and over and over and over and over. Y'all tired of it? And look, you can't just blame the white man. Clearly, I just played a video of a so-called black man teaching your children that. The children of that video could have been your mother and father today. Unfortunately. I'm not being funny. I'm being serious. Okay? That's how serious it is. This is not a game. A lot of lies were being told in compulsory forced education. That's what that means. A lot of lies. We got to stop it. What is the solution? Stop applying our children to go to their schools. Stop it. Either that, go to their school board. This is another reason why Donald Trump was trying to get rid of DEI out of the schools. Because that's what that is. Right there. Right there. That's DEI right there. Prime example. That's not the states being control of the curriculums that they're teaching the children. That was the federal government. Federal government told you, nah, the children can only learn from one book. All of y'all, no matter your skin complexion, know that you only read from one book, no matter what curriculum it was. Well, no matter the subject, neither. Whether it be history, English, you name it, math, science. What was it? McGraw-Hill, right? I mean, that was 2 companies combined, but it was only them. They were the only ones. McGraw-Hill, right? That's why I said, yeah, DEI needed to go. I was in agreement with that. That never worked in our favor, ever. That was indoctrination. Trump said he wanted to put it back to the states. Give each state the power to come up with their own curriculum to teach the children of their state. It needs to fall back on the parent. Homeschooling should not have been looked down upon. Because before schools even existed, there were churches. The way they got schools set up with the desk and all of that, one teacher, one board, Sunday school. That's where they got that from. Before Sunday school, it was at home. Yeah. It was at home. When they say it takes a village to raise a child, they're referring to each of your family members teaching that child. Yep. While the parents are out there working, the grandparents right there teaching, right at home. Passing that right down. Aunts, uncles, great aunts, great uncles, everybody participated. See there? That ain't happening now. Not on a large scale. People turn their nose up to homeschooling. And look, by the way, not to keep bringing Trump up, but Donald Trump was the one that loved homeschooling and made homeschooling cheaper. I could attest to that because his first term, when we still homeschooling our children, but those books, super expensive. Donald Trump, I was paying, I forgot, it was in the thousands of how much I was paying at first. Donald Trump dropped that down to $17 or so. Something like that. And at that time, all 5 of our children were young. And that was expensive. And that was his first go round. He dropped that down because he was homeschooling his children. Number one, a lot of people were, it's just low key. But I highly recommend that. That means you got to get better with knowing who you are. And then everything else should follow. Look, it should be your best interest to look after your children. It should be in your best interest to look after your children. Excuse me, you're supposed to know what's going on with your children in school. You're supposed to know. Be nosy. What are they teaching them in school? Besides the basics, besides that, I'm talking about what else? See, this guy right here was caught on camera teaching that indoctrination right there. And that young boy became an adult, thinking that his nationality was Afro-American, unfortunately, and everybody else inside of that classroom too. That's messed up. Believing in something uncritically meaning without question. I can't stand that. When I was in school, I didn't like when the teacher said, hold on, Dane, wait a minute, I'm going to answer your question at the end of the lesson. Because by that time, at the end of the lesson, they banking on the fact that you're not going to remember that question. So they won't ever have to answer it. But then they tell you the best way to learn is to ask questions. See how contradicting that is? That's why that school curriculum needs to be changed. That's why that school system needs to be revamped. That's why you as a parent need to be 100% invested in your education and your children's education. Okay. We're going to keep going.
My nationality is Afro-American.
Very good, man. Keep it up. Go sit down. You had to think about that a minute, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right. All right, everybody. What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
So, as the American Negro Indian, or rather the indigenous Niji, assumes a new role and a new title, then a new character is created, and this character is portrayed by the Native American. It is a foreigner that is presumed to know nothing, devoid of his or her true culture, heritage.
See? That's what made you think that Native Americans will only look like those Asians and you would say Mexicans. The school did that. And the movies played a part too. Then the books and all of that. They created a new role for you by creating a new character for you. That's all a part of indoctrination. TikTok, YouTube, come on now. This is major. Major. This is alarming. You have to wake up. This is not a dream. This is not a fantasy. This is reality. And remember what I just stated earlier in this portion of the segment? That they created that virtual reality and dropped you in a trance and transported you out of who you were. And in come anybody to claim who you were without having to pay $5 to get on a doll's rolls.
Heritage, traditions, and history. The image shown of the Native American
Asian painting that picture of Asian Indians. Yes, Asian Indians are a thing. I'm not denying that. But they are Asian Indians. They're not from here. Let that be clear. I'm going to let it sink in.
Is one of fiction. A Native American is a naturalized citizen of America, an immigrant who now replaces the original. And the creation of this character began just the same as with the other characters, which have been created to assume the identity of the American Indian with political affiliation. Because only you can ultimately decide which form of politics you're going to affiliate yourself with. Whether it's being politically correct, for example, when you consent to terminology strangers choose to use to describe you, or which eye of the snake of flashing light parties you choose to be amazed by.
And listen to how deep that get, because here's another thing. Those of you who are like involved with the 5%ers, or you may be involved with the NOI, listen to me, right? They're going to say that you guys are the Asiatic. Listen, they're going to say that you guys are the Asiatic black man. Right? And y'all ran with that because y'all thought that was real, because you held them leaders up high. There's nothing Asiatic about America. Before there was an Asia, it was a East Gondwana, West Gondwana. This is all one land mass. We are not separated. We're still together. Accretion happened. That's it. Accretion means that water rised. That's it. That doesn't mean that land disappeared and created separation. That just means that the land is underwater. We are still connected. The separation is happening by the use of your imagination. That is called conceptual arts. When you look at the map, the Mercator world map, these imaginary lines have been drawn on these maps. You said, say it again? Okay, that is, we're in West Gondwana. That is East Gondwana. That's the name of, no, I'm not talking about Pangea. Gondwana. They're confusing you with the term Pangea. The landmass is called Gondwana by our ancestors. East Gondwana, by the way, that's an Algonquin term, macro Algonquin term. I know my languages of my native tongues of this landmass. East Gondwana, West Gondwana. Go back in my videos. I talked about this years ago. 2018, 2017. Go back. No, Gondwana. Dwana. W-O-N. They're still together. Yes, water rised. That means that's accretion. That doesn't mean that land disappeared. That means that land is up under water. We are still connected. Yeah, what'd I say? Did I say O? I meant to say A. My bad. I meant to say A. You're right. That's right there. That's the correct spelling. Hold up. I wanted to go back and highlight that, but that is the correct spelling. Yes, that's it right there. This is the correct spelling. I'm highlighting the comment. That's it right there. If y'all need to write that down. East and West Gondwana. We're still connected. It's all one landmass. The separation is by the use of your imagination. Conceptual arts or conceptualism. Gondwana. That's correct. Learn your languages. Now, I went over in my video on my YouTube channel that Noah Webster, who is the only primary source that documented the English language of America inside of his multiple dictionaries dating back to the top of the, dating back further than that. Very, very late 1700s and then 1808. He was telling everybody that English was created by borrowing different tongues, 26 different native tongues of America. That's documented. You can look that up. 26 different native tongues of America. Not nowhere else. He said that's how English was created. English is what they would call a trade language. Some of you guys may be familiar with the term pidgin language, right? That means that it's a bunch of languages combined into one. They were only able to use bits and pieces of people's languages in order to communicate during commerce and trade. Right? That's what the English language was about. Same thing with the Spanish. Same thing with the French. When they say that English came from Latin, they're lying. Here's why. Latin was never a spoken language. Latin was always a what? A written language. 26, Noah Webster said himself, 26 different native languages of America. You got the 26 letters of the alphabet. Right? Remember when I did that segment and I was exposing the letter J, and I was exposing the letter I, and I was exposing the letter T? Y'all remember that? Keep in mind that they're going to claim, when you look it up in Google, they're going to claim that the letter J was created by an Italian. But how? Listen, the Italian alphabet never included the letter J. Still to this day. So how did he know how the letter J should have been pronounced when that wasn't in his vocabulary? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Noah Webster's Foundation is my source of Noah Webster saying that. That's actually, I showed you that. That's on one of my videos on my channel. I was exposing the English language. So look at all of my videos that says English language in it and the title. Because I forgot which one it was. And I think it was the most recent one, if I'm not mistaken. Any video that I have that says something about the untold truth about the English language, go back on my channel, look it up. On YouTube, TikTok, on YouTube. Oh, I see them pan goofies coming over here to learn. Oh, let me keep going. Class is still in session. Even when I'm pausing and talking to you. All right, hold on. Let me back up it up a little bit. Let me, by the way, look at the Asian painter. Painting the Asian Indians. Why you think y'all got these pictures on Google? And they making y'all believe that the Indians of America look like them. Again, that's called conceptual arts. I also went over that. Conceptualism. That's on the channel too. Levante, I can't remember the name of that video, but if you could do me a favor, Levante, if you got that on deck, post the name of that video on there when I was talking about conceptualism and conceptual arts for the people in the chat. All right, the Pan Goofies in the building. The Pan Goofies in the building. They got their pen and paper ready.
Relax and take notes. Take notes. Take notes. Take notes.
Here we go.
An immigrant who now replaces the original. And the creation of this character began just the same as with the other characters, which have been created to assume the identity,
a watercolor painting
of the American Indian with political.
This is what you find on Google.
Affiliation. Because only you can ultimately decide which form of politics you're going to affiliate yourself with. Whether it's being politically correct, for example, when you consent to terminology strangers choose to use to describe you, or which eye of the snake of flashing light parties you choose to be amazed by.
Red or blue.
But you make kind of a provocative comment in your new book here, Mug, and I think it's on page 151. You write that various groups, feminists, gay rights groups, and those who are defending immigrants have commandeered the black civil rights.
Wait, y'all saying Umar in the chat? Umar Johnson in the chat? Umar Johnson in the chat? Where? Umar Johnson in the chat? Say something again. And I don't mean like this.
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
I ain't talking like that, Umar. I'm talking about say something in the chat and say that you ready for the debate. Say something again, Umar. I saw that was a verified account. Say something again. I dare you. Hold up. I dare you. Don't get scared now. You know my road manager's number? You know my manager's number? We sent you the invoice. You talking about some you wanted 50K? Nigga, we sent you that? Where you at? Something I want 50K for a debate. And then he came out and said he would not be debating Dane. You scared? We got the money if that's what you want. You scared, huh? Jermaine? Jermaine, you scared, Jermaine? All right. You don't want to say that no more? You scared? Say you scared. There we go.
Experience. What do you mean by that?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that because I think it's one of the most important points of the book. I mean, I think the way liberals have treated blacks like children and many of their policies have been harmful to blacks. At least they got the beneficiary group right. We do have to, I mean, we shouldn't. There is the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow laws. We don't owe the homeless. We don't owe feminists. We don't owe women who are desirous of having abortions, but that's, or gays who want to get married to one another. That's what civil rights has become for much of the left. They dropped the blacks after 5 minutes.
Immigrant rights are not civil rights?
No, I think civil rights are for blacks.
See, this is essentially the problem, and the Republicans don't understand.
What have we done to the immigrants? We owe black people something. We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country.
But you see, most of us are either immigrants or are the descendants of immigrants, and we understand that not everybody, there are Native Americans in, but we understand in this country, we understand in this country, we understand in this.
I know I'm gonna get a lot of criticism for this, but I want the people to know the truth about the Navajos and what they're trying to do to my people.
Uh-oh. TikTok. Y'all gotta understand, before I play this video, she talking about the Navajo. Right now, a lot of the Navajo tribe are being picked up by ICE and being deported back to Mexico. I'm going to say that again. A lot of people who involved themselves in the Navajo tribe and many others. I got stuff to back that up and many others. Okay. I'll probably do that in the next live stream and start pulling that stuff up that I got to show y'all that a lot of them people get deported back. So hold up. Listen closely. Listen.
I know I'm gonna get a lot of criticism for this, but I want the people to know the truth about the Navajos and what they're trying to do to my people. Even back then, the Navajo nations are friends and allies with American government, and they're not the true Hopi people, native peoples on this continent. They're just a mixture of the Eskimos or they came down from the north, the Bering Strait.
Woo! Hold on.
Set it on fire.
They came down from the north. They came down from the Bering Strait. Fuck! Uh-oh. Oh, hey, hold up. From the top. I don't care. From the top. Listen. From the top.
I know I'm going to get a lot of criticism for this, but
I put this video out in 2021.
I want the people to know the truth about the Navajos and what they're trying to do to my people. Even back then, the Navajo nations are friends and allies with American government. And they're not the true Hopi people, native peoples on this continent. They're just a mixture of the Eskimos or they came down from the north, the Bering Strait, and they came and they scavenged off the tribes that were already here.
Then, during the early to mid 1900s, support was growing for the indigenous Niji of America to have the right to determine. only because there was a lot of pushback the government received from Indians who were rejecting their form of citizenship. For example, in a letter addressed to then President Calvin Coolidge by Indians of the Six Nation Confederacy, it states, quote, "To our white brother, we the Indians of the Onondaga tribe of the Six Nation Confederacy of New York State, after giving due consideration to the Snyder Bill, which was presented in the U.S. Senate in June 1924, in which the Snyder Bill dwells on the subject of the future and immediate destiny of the Indians as a whole who now reside on reservations in the state of New York, and who in general and collectively speaking are not in any way capable of taking up the responsibilities of citizenship, such as which the aforesaid Snyder Bill is designed to enforce on the Indians." The term Indians is used in this case as meant all of the Indian inhabitants who reside on the present reservations of today, the young and the old, the educated and the common, the middle-aged class and the younger generation to whom the Snyder Bill is a weapon of destruction and misery, and which Snyder Bill is aimed at Indians' general welfare. And last but not least, the Indians' last but remaining remnant of the gift of our white brethren, his freedom. End quote. So, since the adults were refusing to become citizens the entire lifespan of this government's existence during this time period, the Snyder Bill was created in the early 1920s in order to forcefully make any child born to an American Indian a U.S. citizen with no way out of it.
Listen. With no way out of it. Listen.
This Snyder Bill is referring to the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924.
What I tell y'all, I've been saying this for the longest. This ain't, watch.
On the date of June 2nd, 1924, an act to authorize the Secretary of the Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians was approved, stating, quote, that all non-citizen Indians born within the territorial limits of the United States be, and they are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States, provided that the granting of such citizenship shall not in any manner impair or otherwise affect the right of any Indian to tribal or other property. And before I go any further, the Snyder Bill says, quote, the Secretary of Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians. So if they actually issued out these certificates of citizenship to the Indians, then Indians would have physical copies of this document, right? Especially when the rumor has it that birth certificates are allegedly the proof of U.S. citizenship, right? And also, the term Indian was used in this bill and not Native. And this all took place during the same year the Racial Integrity Act was passed that forcefully changed Indians to coloreds. So by the process of elimination, we can easily determine who has these birth certificates and who doesn't.
Woo! Oh my goodness.
Set it on fire, 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 fire.
Those people back then that y'all call Native Americans right now did not have birth certificates. They just recently got their birth certificates in 2016. I dare you to say you don't believe me. I dare you. Tell me right now you don't believe me. I dare you. I don't want you to believe me, so I'm daring you to tell me that. I'm daring you. They just got theirs in 2016. Watch. Oh, man. You're going to learn today. Watch this. You're going to learn today. Oh, boy.
And after years of effort, it is now much easier for elderly Native Americans to obtain delayed birth certificates. Senate Bill 1393 was signed into law by Governor Doug Ducey yesterday, streamlining a process that until today required 7 separate proofs of identity and a trip to Phoenix. Many older Native Americans, especially those born at home in rural areas, did not have these required forms of documentation, leaving them without proof of U.S. citizenship.
Stop! Oh! Stop playing with me!
And after years of effort, it is now much easier for elderly Native Americans to obtain delayed birth certificates. Senate Bill 1393 was signed into law by Governor Doug Ducey yesterday, streamlining a process that until today required 7 separate proofs of identity and a trip to Phoenix. Many older Native Americans, especially those born at home in rural areas, did not have these required forms of documentation, leaving them without proof of U.S. citizenship.
Stop! Oh, man. Y'all gonna learn today, bruh. Y'all gonna learn today. You can't mess with me. I don't care how bad you get. You can't mess with me. Let me bring this back up real quick. Hold up. I know where we was at. I looked at the time. Oh, man. Y'all thought, man. What did y'all think? Oh, let me go back. Let me go back to this part right there. Let me go back to that part. I'm gonna play it one more time.
And before I go any further, the Snyder bill says, quote, the Secretary of Interior to issue certificates of citizenship to Indians. So if they actually issued out these certificates of citizenship to the Indians, then Indians would have physical copies of this document, right?
Hold up. Look, check it. Check it.
Especially when the rumor has it that.
Check this out. Your elders or your family members, if they still around, bless their heart, I dare you to ask them, when did they receive when did they receive their birth certificates here? You know when they got the social security number. But what about the birth certificates now? Come on. You can't play with me.
Birth certificates are allegedly the proof of U.S. citizenship, right?
Talk about something you gonna debunk me.
And also, the term Indian was used in this bill and not Native. And this all took place during the same year the Racial Integrity Act was passed that forcefully changed Indians.
If the Native Americans received their birth certificates in 2016, then who are these Indians that they referring to in the Indian Citizenship Act of 1920? Woo, buddy. I pause right here so y'all can screenshot this too. Go ahead. I'm counting down 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
To coloreds. So by the process of elimination, we can easily determine who has these birth certificates and who doesn't. Right? And if you notice the next act beneath this one, Look at the detail it gives to distinguish definitions for many of the terms mentioned. And within this one,
Dane don't show no sources. They be saying that too. Dane don't show no sources. He just all talk. I'm a master teacher. Master teachers always show their sources. This ain't checkers. It's chess. And I just put you in checkmate.
Not. It does not. It does not. It does not.
Keep in mind, this is the video right after I did, I'm going to say it again, right after I did this video is when I received that lawsuit. That is now out the window, by the way. I did win that lawsuit. Don't let them motherfucking the people out there fool you. We won that lawsuit. Okay? They tried to stop me from being on the net telling this truth. My lawyer started punching them. My lawyers was knocking them out. Stop playing. Let's go.
To become a citizen in this case means to give jurisdiction to the United States, to become native. It implies that an individual must abide by their courts and their laws, giving away power and allowing some unforeseen stranger to legally make decisions and judgments on their behalf. And this power of attorney does define in large contexts what this means. It is free range of all legal decisions and judgments, which includes an abstract of judgments, which can be used to remove the remaining power that Indians have to all real estate and Indian-owned private lands.
Woo! Hey, so I go ham. Go back. I go ham. Why you think you can't find nobody else teaching like this? You can't, bruh. I'm trying to tell you, we the leaders of the new school. That old school up out of there, that pan goofy shit up out of there. For the last 5 to 7 years, we took this over. The truth took over your lives. Let's go.
Make decisions and judgments on their behalf. And this power of attorney does define in large contexts what this means. It is free range of all legal decisions and judgments, which includes an abstract of judgments, which can be used to remove the remaining power that Indians have to all real estate and
Indian homelands was in blue,
private lands,
reservations in orange.
So what is this abstract of judgment?
An abstract of judgment is a written summary of a judgment which states.
Miss Calloway is in the building. Wait a minute, hold on. I gotta drop a bomb for my wife.
It's up. How much money the losing party owes to the person who won in the case of a lawsuit. The purpose of an abstract of judgment is to create a public record and create a lien or claim, if necessary, on any real estate owned or later acquired by the loser, located in the county in which the abstract of judgment is recorded. The American Indians knew that assuming a different identity would conflict with matters and contracts already in play. And that is why they originally rejected the U.S.'s offer of citizenship. They wanted the right to decide, a right to determine how they would govern themselves. The Snyder Bill only gave them the right to tribal or other property. And this is why self-determination was so important. According to Cornell Law School, self-determination denotes the legal right of people to decide their own destiny in the international order. Self-determination is a core principle in international law. Self-determination is referenced in two ways. It's usually distinguished between internal and external. And according to Cambridge University Press, in an article published July 3, 2013, labeled Internal Self-Determination in International Law, a Critical Third World Perspective, it states, the idea of self-determination was a complex of ideas rather than a single concept. Thus, the principle of internal self-determination, or self-determination on the national level, should be distinguished from that of external self-determination or self-determination on the international level. The former was the right of a nation already constituted as a state to choose its form of government and to determine the policy it meant to pursue. The latter was the right of a group which considered itself a nation to form a state of its own. Many articles referencing this particular principle describes self-determination just as a political movement, as if the merging of nations in Congress decided to become one unified state, and making it seem as if American Indians were in total agreement with this foreign government. And yet, this Cambridge University Press article allows for a totally different perspective to be viewed additionally, as it goes on to state, interestingly, with the end of the decolonization process, the above understanding came to be revived by international lawyers who felt that the meaning of self-determination beyond the colonial text had to be of relevance to peoples within independent states, rethinking self-determination predominantly as a right to internal self-determination. The concept was taken and totally reversed, asking for each individual to now identify with who they think that they are. Who do you see yourself as on an individual basis? Who do your children identify as when you are not around to correct them? And so the question became, which principle of self-determination was chosen to be executed? Was it to be among a nation that was already constituted as a state, choosing the government that was already presented to them? Or did our ancestors ever get the chance to decide? The international support that grew for the right of all people to self-determine who they truly are created distrust and disunion within the household, as children went to school to learn what and who they should identify as versus what their elders would tell them. Successful secessionist movements use voting and the creation of political parties to legally determine and settle who should have the right to power and authority, while bringing an end to another.
See?
It was the internal self-determination that led to the decolonization of many American Indian families in the 1960s, transporting them mentally and physically as they began to self-determine if they were Black or African, intentionally creating many Native Americans that know nothing about who they truly are.
Woo! Talk to me! Talk to me! Huh?
Set it on fire, 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 fire.
And she wrote that.
It's up.
And she researched that. Keep that in mind. We write and research separately and put ours together. Yes, that's my wife and been my wife for, oh Lord, what number are we on? Uh-oh. Wait, I know our anniversary in June. Damn, hold on, wait a minute. Oh Lord, I forgot how long we've been married. For the first time, the number skipped my mind. Uh-oh, that's embarrassing. Hold up, wait a minute. We've been married for... Oh, baby, don't text me. I'm gonna get back to y'all on that. 15, 16 years? I forgot the number. Oh man, I sure did. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna come back to that. Yeah, because I'm on live and I'm about to get my butt kicked. But I ain't gonna forget the anniversary date. You understand what I'm saying? But we've been married a long ass time, okay? Long ass times. I'm just saying. So that's my excuse. How y'all know it was 17 years? Was it 17? Y'all might be right. I mean, it was something like that. 16, 17. Shoot, it could even be 18. Wait a minute. Nah, it was 20. It was 20. We've been married. We've been married. Oh, something like that. Something like that. I think I want to say 18 to be on the safe side. We've been on them. My wife I'm about to get my tail kicked after this. Anyway, but that big old ring on her finger don't, you know what I'm saying? Okay? These 5 children, you know what I'm saying? But oh man. Listen, I mean, you know, sometimes y'all forget y'all's children's birthdays, right? And then sometimes y'all look, anyway. So the point is that now in this segment, now y'all know what happened. Like, it is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. None. And again, if you out there and you a content creator and you a pan goofy or whatever the hell you think you are and you never proved it to your own goddamn self, you won't be able to pull your wife up on a panel and she go in like that. I'm talking about on her own, wrote it and researched it. I bet Umar can't do that. I bet none of them could do that. Okay? But yeah, that's a brag right there. I can brag about that. That's a big brag right there.
Fire.
That's that Indian right there. But all right, so yeah. How long we been oh Lord. All right, we've been streaming for a little minute. I know I'm gonna have to put in some work here. I'm gonna have to put in some work here with my wife. And I still ain't see Umar pop up. Like, he popped up and left. Or either he popped up and ain't saying nothing else no more. That happened real quick, didn't it? But oh man, I wanted to show y'all something real quick. Hold on, I wanted to show y'all something real quick. To the pan goofies out there. This gonna be real quick. I'm gonna just rub it in their face real quick. Hold on. Real quick.
Wikipedia has gone on to become the world's single most important source of history, of information about the world. And so it's a problem that we ought to pay attention to when Larry Sanger himself says that Wikipedia is no longer a reliable source of honest information. Of honest information.
Bad goofies, pay attention.
Of honest information.
I told you, you can't debunk me.
For all of us.
You can't debunk me with that Wikipedia, Google, ChatGPT.
One of those things that a lot of us who use Wikipedia have noticed. Well, wait a second. You know, I know some facts that are somehow not in this entry, or they're playing up something that doesn't seem to be true, or this is highly politicized. You see the bigger picture here. What do you think is going on?
Well, it's complicated. For one thing, Wikipedia allows anonymous contribution. And that means that because it's one of the most popular sources of information online, there's a natural incentive for governments and corporations, spies, even criminal operations to basically learn how to play the Wikipedia game. So it's opaque to me now how it really works. And what results is basically establishment views are the ones that you find pushed, and they've completely abandoned the neutral point of view.
That's a problem because, in my view, Wikipedia shapes this country's understanding of the world. It is the primary source of information for a lot of people, I would probably say most people actually, about history.
Well, Bob, it's a primary source. Pan Goofies, y'all paying attention? For most people, about history. Not for me. Day one, I told you, do not use Google, do not use Wikipedia. Ever. From day one, I told you that. This is the reason why you can't debunk me.
So
okay?
We need to fix this. How do you think that we would do that?
Well, thanks for asking that. I don't know that there is a way to fix Wikipedia within Wikipedia.
Woo! You can't fix it!
It's an institutionally conservative place.
It must kill you as one of the people who founded Wikipedia, which has become this central part of our culture, of our intellectual life, weird as it is to say, to watch what's happened to it. How do you feel about that?
I'm sorry, how do I feel about what?
Your role in creating this thing that misleads the country.
I'm embarrassed to be quite honest.
He laughs at it. Your role in creating this thing that misleads the country. He laughing at it.
Your role in creating this thing that misleads the country.
I'm embarrassed to be quite honest. And
He embarrassed. Where y'all paying goofies at? Why they not in the chat? Y'all quiet? Why y'all so quiet? Where they at?
Said so for a long time. I've been a leading critic of Wikipedia for over a decade now, and I've been trying various things to try to improve on it. And I'm sorry to all the people whose reputations have been sullied by what I got started 20 years ago.
Anything that is easily accessible is questionable. That's what I remember when I said that years ago. Come on, when you're doing research, I'm talking about honest researching. When you're doing real researching, it don't happen in 2.5 seconds or less. It don't happen that quick for you. You can't find the answer like that. That's not what it's about, especially dealing with history. Just like they said. You can't do it. And see, my main topic is history. American history at that. You call the co-founder of Wikipedia said he embarrassed. He garners people's reputations. And Google was behind that too, popping Wikipedia up first. I know y'all mad that I did that. All right, so let's move on. Let's move on. Hold on. Y'all got me crying laughing over here. Let me get a paper towel. That is so funny. Y'all are so funny and they claim I'm on a debate. I want a debate. Bruh, y'all don't understand. I was on a debate team in high school. On top of that, I won trophies when I was on the debate team. I'm talking about professional debate team. I was the president in my school. I graduated summa cum laude. Y'all don't know. Don't let this hood voice fool you. I will crush your feelings. I was real nosy when it comes to researching, especially back then. I'm forewarning you. I couldn't go outside and play basketball or football with my friends before I had to read a book front to back every day and tell my grandmother everything about that book while I'm on the front porch watching my friends play. I'm on the front porch reading a book. Then I gotta go back and tell my grandmother everything in that book, and I better be right. And I thank her to this day for that. That really, really helped me be nosy. My mother will tell you. Them teachers told her all the time that I was always interrupting the class, as they would say. I was interrupting the class with questions. Now, don't tell me wait to the end of the lesson in order for you to answer it. The best way for me to learn is for me to ask questions. So why can't I ask that question right now? Dane, I want to debate you. Meanwhile, we can't even see what your face look like. You hiding behind an avatar. Nobody gonna take you serious, and you know I'm not. You gotta be for real. The debate gotta be you on camera. Number one. Number one. Number two, don't waste my time if you ain't got no following. Don't waste my time. You gotta have some people watching you so I can take your crowd from you. How about that? Put in the work just as well as I did. How about that? Okay? Don't forget your so-called Prince of Pan-Goofyianism. One more time. What'd he say? What'd he say?
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
He raised the white flag. So if anything, I want it, since he the prince, where the king at? I want that king. I'ma chop their head off. Where they at? I'm so glad that Pan-Goofian is dead. So glad. All right. The next thing I'm gonna get into. Hold on, let me play this with myself. I gotta remember which one this was. Ooh, this is perfect. Oh yeah. Okay, now this is one of my old school ones right here. So let me come up a little bit right. Hold up. Right here. Yeah, this is one of my old school ones. We're going, see, the reason why YouTube is because a lot of people on TikTok don't know. They don't know my style. They're not used to it yet. You know what I'm saying? They just saw clips of my stuff on TikTok, which is fine. I appreciate those people that have been sharing all of my stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's very, shout out to all of y'all that's been supporting, clicking like, sharing with your family and your friends and your coworkers. And y'all been, learning, going behind me and doing your own research and speak with your family, and y'all know who y'all are. It's happening now. Actually, it's been happening, but it's at a larger scale now. That's why this year we're going to start popping out again, doing events. It's been, and I told y'all to hold up. I'm going to be doing that because I know y'all wanted me on this platform and that platform. I'm definitely going to be doing that. I'm going to be popping out. Okay, I'm going to be popping out. I'm still going to be doing my travel and the documentary style videos and the vlogging videos. I'm still going to do that. But it's time to pop out. Like, Breakfast Club and all the rest of that. People been asking me to get on. I am going to do that. Okay, I am going to do that because I just wanted to have more work under my belt. That's all that was. And that's what I was saying in the beginning. I was like, well, wait, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't the time just yet. It ain't the time just yet. Let me get more work up under my belt. And then we could proceed from there. But yeah, it's time because, they need to start having people out there that know what they're talking about. Not the ones that claim that they Indian, but don't know what they're talking about. Not them, okay? We talking about people that actually, because they riding a wave. The people that claim that they Indian, but don't know what they talking about, just riding a wave because they see that's the wave, and this wave is never gonna stop. You know what I'm saying? It's endless, and that's what I like. It's infinity. I love that. Okay. Well, I mean, Breakfast Club or whatever. You know what? I mean, I got, it was a bunch of invites I got. I turned down a lot of interviews, a lot. I'm not trying to brag when I start naming those things, but yeah, I turned down a lot of interviews because I told them not right now. Not right now. When the time is right, the time is right. Yeah, and I'm not too far away from Joe Rogan. I'm hoping I can run into him. I'm not too far away from him. I know he around here somewhere. So, I definitely want to get down on Joe Rogan because I will go ham. I know that for a fact. And he loved to pull stuff up, on the screen and we talk about it. That's perfect. But I think we will have a very decent conversation. And I'm familiar with his history a little bit too, as far as his background, based off of me, listening to a lot of podcasts that he put out there where he was talking about his background. And I feel as though that would be a good conversation. I think it would be. There's a couple of people out there that I like for sure that I want to have a conversation, sit down and talk about this information and bring it, to their viewers, regardless of whatever their skin complexion is. Everything that I state inside of these documentaries can be repeated out of my mouth. Okay. And then of course, if I need to bring the paperwork with me as far as my research is concerned, I'll do it like how Dick Gregory did it. Okay. I saw how he brought his stuff with him. I watched him, He was out there in DC with me. Okay, I saw what he was doing. I saw how he presented his stuff. So, yeah, I was paying attention to I was paying attention to and he was a very good researcher. And of course, he had a research team. Don't forget that. He had a research team. And I was close to being a part of that team, too. But I had moved out of D.C. since then. But, yeah, Dick Gregory was, Unc was a beast. And so was Steve Coakley, by the way. I really did. Even though he was into... Now, he wasn't into the Afrocentricity of it. He not as heavy as people would think. Like the Pan-Goofian, he wasn't as heavy into that. I love the fact that he was heavy into exposing our own people that were involved, working with the government and working against us. I really did like that. I saw that he went the political route, saw that route wasn't working because he wanted to do his own thing. I was watching him for quite a while. I do like, his style. And of course, I loved Fred Hampton's style, his approach, how he brought a lot of people together. He was going to be the next Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. He actually was about to have a way bigger following than both of them combined. And they got rid of him. And but he was good too. And I'm definitely gonna, show my respect to those that came before me. I always do, really. Those that I feel as though deserve respect, of course. But like Malcolm X and even Martin Luther King. I know Martin Luther King made mistakes. Same thing with Malcolm X, but I really don't hold that against them, but I am going to call it out. I'm going to call it how I see it. But I see that, he came around. I'm talking about Martin Luther King. He came around and he, the last 3 of his years, it was to the point where they banned him from being published in the newspaper, whether the newspaper was owned by some white folks or owned by some black folks. Okay, because he was going real heavy at the government. And there was a lot of information as far as videos are concerned that they even had banned on YouTube. I remember I got in trouble for playing one of them. Okay. And I played a portion of it. And I remember I went live and told y'all, hey, if y'all want that documentary, DM me inside of the 13% community server and I'll send it to you. And because I couldn't upload it, that thing was I think it was 2.5 hours long. So I just sent it to you, the little, what is it called? It was a Dropbox. It was WeTransfer, and I'll just send it to you. But I still have it, by the way. They don't want that documentary out for some odd reason, but I know why, because of what he was exposing. But anyway, there was a lot of interviews, that Martin Luther King did at that time that I liked, that let me see, okay, he's becoming his own man. Don't forget that he was young at that time, still trying to become a man, but he had handlers. You know what I'm saying? I mean, same thing with Malcolm X, and he was trying to do his own thing, and he really couldn't, because people were getting jealous of him, and I know what time it is. But I like Farrakhan as well, Farrakhan had nothing to do with Malcolm X's death. I know that for a fact. I already did my research. In fact, shout out to Young Pharaoh. I could say this. It's been years now. I'm the source, one of them that helped Young Pharaoh out on his segment on who killed Malcolm X. I could say that. I mean, because I said them a lot. So, yeah, I mean, you know. And he probably already admitted that, by the way. I just don't know if he did that already. But, yeah, I have a lot of sources on that. I did my heavy research on that. But, yeah, Farrakhan did kind of come at Malcolm X, but not in that way. That was Elijah Muhammad's call. They got rid of, you know, Malcolm X. That was Elijah Muhammad's call. That wasn't even the FBI. That wasn't, it was unfortunate, you know. And I was coming from his own mosque, those people that killed him dead now, by the way, y'all. They actually have a documentary out on that as well. There was a guy from DC, believe it or not, that did a whole documentary on it and was trying to hurry up and catch up to the last guy that was living at that time. And by the time he got to him, he had already died because he was going to interview him. But yeah, but anyway, I forgot the name of that documentary, but I know it's on Amazon Prime. I forgot. Y'all got to do y'all research to find out what documentary I'm talking about. Oh, and they also show you in that documentary that is video footage of Malcolm X's assassination. I have that video footage as well, and I will never put that out on YouTube. But I mean, you could get that as well if you want it. All you got to do is put in a freedom of information request. And yeah, all that, get your hand out your pocket. All that part was real. That part was real. Yeah, the whole thing was recorded, y'all. The whole thing from every angle, unfortunately. And just like Martin Luther King's pictures of his head being blown off, the government got that. That's why I was hoping, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, that's why I was hoping that Donald Trump do put out the paperwork on Martin Luther King. I was hoping he did, because I am looking for some other things, even though I have a bunch of stuff on Martin Luther King. But I definitely want those pictures from that agent that was African, that was with them that day, that hurried up and started snapping pictures of Martin Luther King when he got shot in the head and he ran away. Those pictures the government got because he was a government agent. And I'm not trying to say I want to see the pictures, but I want to see the pictures. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to have that in my possession. And I think the only way that's going to happen is if Trump actually release that paperwork. But I mean, you know, the files on Martin Luther King. And of course, I'm interested in JFK's and RFK stuff too, but I definitely wanted Martin Luther King stuff. Yeah, he was from Africa. Yes, the photographer was posing as a photographer, but he was a CIA agent. I have his name and everything. I just don't have that in front of me right now because I can't remember that. But he was from Africa. Okay, and I'm not trying to put that all on Africans or not like that. I don't want nobody to take that the wrong way. Like I'm trying to, you know, make it seem like it's all Africans that's working for the government. No, I'm not saying that. But this particular African was working for the CIA. And yeah. So, but anyway, yeah, I want that stuff. I'm nosy. I'm nosy. I always want to be involved. When you can't trust Jesse Jackson either. Absolutely, you can't trust Jesse Jackson. He was definitely, you know, a narcissist trying to take advantage of the fact that Martin Luther King died. And I actually did a segment on what's my brother's name that was also beside them in that picture. Oh my goodness, y'all remember that on YouTube, y'all? What was his name? I did a whole segment, a whole live stream about his one video, and he ended up passing too. But he was exposing all of this. Everything that I'm saying, he said it too. Basically verified everything that I said. But he was right there, even on that same day. No, not Reverend Abernathy. Not Jesse Jackson. It was hold on. What is his name? Jose Williams is his name. Jose Williams is his name. Yes, Jose Williams. Somebody just said it. Jose Williams knew. He was right there, you know. And yep. That's why I can't wait. I had to drink some of this tea. Matter of fact, let me drink a little bit more of this tea real quick, y'all. And yeah, we're gonna put African American on Jesse, but it was more than just him. But he was the puppet. Remember, I told you all those politicians were being used as they basically actors, but they were being used as puppets to puppeteer those movements. I even talked about that in this video, or the last video actually, transportation and switching positions. They were painting the picture, creating the character. They've been doing that. That's a form of indoctrination, but they had to. They had to get rid of the real and insert the fake. That's not how you spell it. No, his name was Jose Williams. Hold up, wait a minute. I'm about to. Somebody said it. Let me see if I could grab it real quick so I could put it up on screen. Here we go. Look at that one. That's how you spell his name. That's how you spell his name. But yeah, that's you could go back on my live streams on my YouTube channel and you're gonna see me have a picture of that when Martin Luther King got killed. That's when you know I'm talking about that part. I'm playing all of Jose's video in that during that live stream. If you want to go back and see that. It's pretty good too. You know, it was very good. I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it, especially if you don't know. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's how you do it. Next time, you know what, y'all? Next time when I'm gonna do is when I ask y'all to spam up the chat. Like when I do this, right? When I do that, right? Keep spamming emojis and flatten the chat. When y'all spam up the chat, I'm noticing that the chat at the bottom of my screen on the horizontal version moved too quickly. But if I put it on auto, then all of y'all's comments will come in back to back to back like this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna do it like that. Matter of fact, let's practice that real quick. Can y'all spam up the chat with a bunch of emojis, a bunch of love, and in the chat? Let me see how that worked real quick. Let me see if it's gonna act right and try to catch everybody at one time. Let me double check this. So next time around, I'll put it on automatic and it'll do it. Oh wait, it is. Wait, y'all moving too? Okay, nah, it can't catch up. It can't. The auto can't catch up. Yeah, it can't catch up. It's trying. It is trying, but it can't catch up. Y'all moving way faster than the auto. The auto. But I'ma still put it on auto, but y'all moving way too quick for it. Y'all moving way too quick for it. And I appreciate that too. I'm still going to do it though. I'm still going to do it. But just know that it's probably going to miss a lot of y'all stuff, okay? But shout out to y'all, chat. Shout out to you. I appreciate all the love. Let me pull that up because I know a couple people. Hold up, before I move on, because I done missed a bunch of notifications. All of those notifications on TikTok, y'all, I appreciate all the love. I don't have that on my side of the screen yet, TikTok. So please forgive me. I'm still working those kinks out. I didn't know y'all had all of that going on. I didn't know that. So I'm gonna work all that out where I can like pull that up. And I probably gotta do it in that TikTok live studio thing. That's probably what I gotta do. Next time, I'm gonna make sure I have that. That TikTok live studio may even tell me. Matter of fact, it probably will. It probably will. So TikTok, next time I'm gonna have up TikTok live studio so I can see all the notifications, okay? And but I can see all the follows. I can see all the follows, but I can't see all the rest of those notifications. Y'all know I'm not too familiar with everything, but I remember it was roses and gold chains and dolphins and stuff like that and corn and all of that. I really appreciate all of that, TikTok. I really do. Firm handshakes to the fellas. Big hugs to the ladies over there. You too. Thank y'all. I really appreciate that. Goddess Bella, thank you for becoming a member. Sylvia, thank you for becoming a member. Hill 619, thank you for becoming a member. I'm gonna sound like a DJ now. All these bombs I'm about to be dropping. Indigenous, thank you for becoming a member. And hold up, I'm trying to get everything. And Christina, thank you for becoming a member. And ooh, how you pronounce your name? Wait a minute, let me see if I can try to pronounce that. Diana? I think I said that right. I think I said that right. Diana, thank you for the super chat. Mr. Man, thank you for becoming a member. Engine the Bomb, thank you for becoming a member. Universal Coach, thank you for becoming a member. Nay, thank you for becoming a member. Princess, thank you for becoming a member. Derek, thank you for becoming a member. Spiritual Mystique, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, y'all. And let me come up and make sure I didn't miss anything. Hold up. I gotta come up so I can make sure I could go back to see. Okay. And wait a minute. It was a couple more right here. Mother of Dragons, thank you for becoming a member. Concrete Jones, thank you for becoming a member. Johnny, thank you, Johnny. Wait a minute. I just got oh, is that Cash App? That's Cash App. Vanessa, thank you always. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you for the Cash App, Vanessa. Y'all broke my Cash App last time. I had to re-download Cash App in order for it to work. Chalice King OCO.
Free thinkers.
34 months in a row. Humbly speaking, thank you for becoming a member. Jason, he said we thank you, brother. I thank you. Thank you for the super chat as well. Matter of fact, let me set that on fire. Mal Pacino, thank you for the gifted. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gifted. Drop that knowledge that gives strength to power. I appreciate that. Thank you for the dono. Traddle. Santiago. Wait a minute. And Dropper Jules, thank you for becoming a member. Nona, thank you for becoming a member. Chief Sitton, thank you for becoming a member. Ricky Cherry in the house. 57 bucks in a row. What up, Rick? Darian, thank you for becoming a member. A lot of new members. Jason B, thank you for becoming a member. Darian, thank you for the, hey, I appreciate that you followed up with a super chat.
Set it on fire.
He said, cook.
Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said, let him cook.
Oh, Mahogany Trucks, what's up? What's up, family? Thank you for the 10 gifted. W Mahogany, I appreciate that. Tony Roberts, thank you for becoming a member. Wait a minute, y'all blowing this thing up. Hold on, okay. Damian Brown, thank you for becoming a member. Anthony Moore, thank you for becoming a member. What up, Davis? Thank you for the super chat, Davis. Tony West, thank you for becoming a member. La K, thank you for becoming a member. Grasa, thank you for becoming a member. Steph, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, y'all.
Are you ready?
All right. Make sure y'all if y'all on YouTube, right? Make sure, if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe and click that like and click that bell. Add that post notification or, you know what I mean? Turn up. And if y'all don't mind, do me a favor and subscribe to my wife's channel. Her name is Tanisha Calloway. Right now, just like how my name is Dane, hers is Taneisha. That's the best way that you can remember that. Tanisha, you know, she got that indigenous Isha on her, you know. I ain't gonna go there. I'm gonna leave that alone. But yeah, Tanisha Calloway is her channel. She got more stuff coming. I know she doing one of my daughter's hairs right now, and one of our daughter's hairs right now, rather. But be on the lookout for that. Be patient with her because she's trying to post frequently, but give her some time. You know, I'm not trying to rush her, you know, but she is posting and she's doing great content. If you haven't checked out her content, go back on her channel and check it out. She do members only content as well. All right. Now her style is similar to mine, but she has her own style. Okay. She does her own writing and recording and her own editing. Top, bottom. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm so proud of her. Y'all just don't understand. I'm so proud of her. Let me drop a bomb for my wife. A Recipe Cooking. Thank you for becoming a member. All right now. All right. So let me do, what time is it? We about to be pushing We about to be pushing 4 hours, so hold on, let me not use that one. Damn, all of these videos long. Let me see if I can find a shorter one real quick. Man, all of my videos long. I'm trying to think of a shorter one that correlate with what we talking about really quick. And then we could go from there. Damn, every single one of my videos are long. Let me see. I mean, you know what? I'll play this. I'll play this one. How long is this? Okay, yeah. I'll play this.
To watch my exclusive content.
Hold on, let me jump up. By the way, my new website, this is old videos, by the way, y'all. My new website is DaneMakeYouThink.com. DaneMakeYouThink.com. I mean, I still own I'm Just Here to Make You Think.com, but DaneMakeYouThink.com is the official website. I'm Just Here to Make You Think reroute to DaneMakeYouThink.com when I get around to it, okay? Hold on, let's play this. Yeah, you can tell it's old. I missed that intro.
Throughout today's society of America, people would say that history was written by the victors, but I would have to disagree with them, merely because only a loser will have the audacity to write a story to make it seem as if they won when they didn't.
Set it on fire.
And it's really important for us to remember our history. You know, unless you're one of the first Americans, you came from someplace else. Somebody brought you.
Because however much America strays away from the ideals of justice, the goal of America is freedom. Abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up in the destiny of America. Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here.
That's my favorite quote that I said. Love that quote.
White man has done this trick everywhere, here in America, to the Indians. He sent one priest to the Indians in New York and another priest to the Indians in Pennsylvania. And both of them would tell lies to both Indians. And the Indians who had never been at war with each other would start beating the tom-tom, the war drum. And then as they got ready to come together and fight, the priest would run in and say, let me be the mediator. The New York Indians, you move out to Minnesota. And the Pennsylvania Indians, you move out to Oklahoma. That would leave the whole state of New York and Pennsylvania for the white man. You see how he does it? You see how he does it? You see how he does it? You see how he does it?
Whoop!
Black Lives Matter has nothing to do with the original Black American Indians.
What up, Sister
Black
Becky?
Lives Matter is a propaganda to keep blacks thinking that they're African Americans that came on slave ships. We already know we are waking our people up to let them know that we are the American indigenous Indians. Black Lives Matter do not represent our people. We do. Jesse Jackson do not represent our people. Barack Obama do not represent our people. We're not African Americans. We're indigenous. Our African American is Obama. Why? Because his mother's European and his father's Kenyan. That's an African American. A real Indian, American Indian is me. Both of my parents are American Indians, not from Africa.
Niggas know black people don't crack. Like, black don't crack.
Yeah, black don't crack.
It rhymes.
Yeah, what's it inconsistent?
Well, indigenous don't crack. The natives don't crack.
The natives don't crack.
You can see a native and he could be 90 years old and still look like 50. I'm talking for the natives.
Yeah.
I like when
it comes to talking about African Americans, I have no education with that. Period. I don't. I'm not even connecting to that no more because that's a system. That's like connecting to, hey, he's a bad guy. You don't hang with him. Oh, hey, I'm gonna find out for myself. I'm not African American at all. My folks is not from Africa, and a lot of people in this room, folks ain't from Africa. Might be a couple, but people just don't understand. I asked my grandma, like, yo, grandma, what's your background? She like, Redfoot and Blacktail Indian. What? Yeah, my mother and my father did. We 100% Indians. That's my other grandma. We got Cherokee in us, and European and Italian, a little Dominican. It's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? That's why I'm African. Y'all look at me funny, like, nigga, I'm African. Like, you're not though. Like, you're not. 80% of slaves was already here. It was natives. It's crazy.
80. Where you get that number from?
Shit, I just checked the books.
Which book?
Yeah.
I got a whole laptop full of this shit.
Yeah?
Yeah, just for me reading. It's not a solid book like, hey, there's only 1,000 slaves came here. And nah, nigga, you gotta read. You have to literally read. Like, I'm so deep into it, I don't think about a slave ship. I think about, what was a slave ship called? Jesus. What the fuck was a slave ship called that Christopher Columbus was on? Who funded that slave ship? Who paid for that boat? Like, what was these folks' race? Like, what was their background?
People don't understand. Black people did not just come from Africa. Black people were already in the States. And people got to do their history to understand black people were already in the States. People don't know that, though. They don't get that part. You know, they don't know that Nat Turner was really an Aborigine. That ain't Africa. You can look at Nat Turner and the depictions of him and know he was an Aborigine. He had a different vibe about him. So, people don't like really know that not all black people did not come from freaking Africa. Because it's going to be very, very difficult for you to make it in that goddamn ship at the bottom of that goddamn ship for 3 months. When the food get low. Do the math. For real. Do the motherfucking math. Seriously, and just ushering everybody in on boats the long goddamn way. They not stopping. Ain't no bathrooms on that motherfucker. Come on now. Do the math. That's all you gotta do is do the motherfucking math. For real. The human body won't last that long. You on a boat for 30 days, you ain't eating nothing but fucking slop. I mean, and feces and shit of the motherfucker that's sitting next to you. You gonna die of disease, man. It's gonna be like 3 black people left whose bodies are physically fit enough to be able to withstand all that pressure under the goddamn ship. Come on. Keep that shit.
Can I just end with this one thing? These 4 brothers sitting here, we didn't all come from Africa. And there was a there was a country before 1492, and our history goes way beyond 1492. So you can't start us at 1492. We were always here.
Pan Goofy's back.
It's time for us to stop trying to fit in with these niggas, man. One thing we gotta realize, eagles don't fly with doves. They don't fly with doves, baby. I'm grateful, bro.
When I was a kid and I was watching everything Cash Money did, and all of them had each other's names tattooed on them. Man. And this was when I was younger. I didn't understand it, but then when I started going to New Orleans, like, you know, on tour and shit.
We tried.
The way they are with each other, they love each other a different way than everybody else.
It's Indian.
That's all I got.
It's Indian territory. It's tribes. Like, people be thinking Indians with the Pocahontas looking. That ain't how Indians look. They look like them people in New Orleans. Louisiana, all over Louisiana. Them Indians, tribes.
Indigenous people.
And when you take people you can say that, but when you take people in, man, we family.
If you want to talk about indigenous people in America or Native Americans, they always dealt with extraterrestrials. They called them the star people. And yes, they were black. This is where the word Indian comes from the Latin word indigo, okay, which means blue-black, and it's a skin color, okay? And so the Indians that you see today are what you call $5 Indians, okay, which are Caucasians, actually white people, okay? And go look up the Dow's Commission, go read the Dow's rolls. Back in the day, white people was allowing other white people to sign the Dow's rolls, saying that they was Native Americans in exchange for benefits and assistance from the government. So all these Indians that own these casinos and own the land, and they got straight hair and they look like goddamn Mexicans and Chinese people and white people, those are what you call $5 Indians. Those are descendants of the people who actually took the land and then acted like they was the people who the land got took from. Black people are the original Indians.
Black people are Native Americans. You know, we've had, you know, a lot of proof that, you know, some of us started here in this land. Everybody wasn't brought over from Africa. So, you know, we have to, like you say, unpack all of that and try to, you know, find the true lineage of people in this country, because some, you know, I used to tease family members who would say, you know, I got a little Indian in me. I would think they didn't want to be all the way black. But when I really do the research, a lot of them did have a little Indian in them. So, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, we want to be counted on all levels, not just, you know, through slave ships. Like I said, you know, we were here before Columbus. So a lot of us. And so we want to make sure that's included and not excluded.
Hold up. Shout out to my cousin. What up, Q? Let him get mad. They gonna get mad.
I'm glad that I came back.
Yo, shout out to Professor Griff. Also, he showed love. Shout out to Griff.
To connect with my brothers and sisters here in America that was here long before Chris and the boys got here. And long before America Vespucci. Long before all of them people got here. We were already here. I have tribal pride. My father's Blackfoot Native American.
Godfrey, real quick. You know, as a full Nigerian, have you ever heard any like ethnic stories, like Nigerian stories, about people getting robbed by white people? Like I mean, stolen and brought across to another land. Have you ever heard an oral tradition like, don't go out into the fucking by the river at night because you can get jumped by the white man and he'll bring you on a boat across the water?
I never heard any of that. All I heard, like my father would tell me stories, just Nigerian proverbs and stuff that it relate to just Africa.
Right, but then so there was never any proverbs or anything that related to, because like if there were millions, right?
Right.
Millions of black people that were so-called taken away from their people, right? Now, as wise as we are with proverbs, right? Like we tell proverbs to teach lessons and shit, right? So wouldn't you want to teach a lesson so that your people would not be stolen and shit like that? You see what I'm saying?
Right, of course, hell yeah.
Some sort of African proverb that dealt with not getting kidnapped by the white man.
Right.
Because he'll take you over there on a boat or some shit like that.
Or like this, what story are you familiar with that you were told? And I don't even like to consider you guys Africans because that's a misnomer. You know what I mean? You guys will call yourselves by your native tribe. And there's no problem with that. Actually, that's even better. You don't go to Africa and say, hey, I'm African. Straight up.
No.
That don't happen. But hold on, let me go back to what I was saying. Have you heard of a story? Pick one, any story of a war that took place where some of your kinfolk was captured and brought over to another landmass?
No.
So who are the blacks
Yo, shout out to Lord Jamar, and shout out to Godfrey, and shout out to Young Farrell, shout out to Sister Bethy, shout out to Busy Bone. Who am I missing? Shout out to everybody that was in
America. Who are the black people in America?
The blacks in America been living here ever since. They are aboriginals. The blacks in America been living here ever since. They are aboriginals. They are aboriginals. They are aboriginals.
No. Listen, now that you know the truth, what are you going to do about it? What you going to do?
Set it on fire. Fire. Fire.
You going to set it on fire? Listen, I love y'all. We're going to be doing this again on, what's today? We're going to be doing this again on Friday. Hey, today Wednesday, right? Hold up, wait a minute. Let me see. We're going to be popping back up in here. Okay, yeah, today Wednesday. We're going to pop back up in here on Friday. Now, I may be a tad bit earlier. Like, I may go for like 5 p.m. Eastern time. I may go like 5 p.m. Eastern time. Now, again, if any one of you guys want to talk to me like that, like if you cool and you want to talk, and you know, when you want to talk with not only just me, but like-minded people like me, definitely join the 13% community server. The server is free. It is discord.gg/13%. Uh-oh. YouTube just crashed as soon as I did that. Wow. What happened? Hold up. YouTube just crashed on my side. Why? Hold up. Wait a minute. YouTube just crashed. Hold up. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, it's back up. It's back up. Y'all good? YouTube, y'all good? Y'all good? Yeah, we still in here. Okay, all right, good. Okay. So the 13% is the server for like-minded people. Like, I mean, really, me personally, it doesn't matter your skin complexion as long as you about the truth. You know, as long as you about pushing forward. And I don't mean Kamala hairstyle. I'm talking about actually doing something, some tangibles for our people, you know, the American people. A lot of you got some, you know, homework to do. You know, you need to speak with your elders or your family members. And I encourage you all to do your genealogy on your family if you haven't already. And what I mean by that is starting that paper trail. Actually find out what happened to your own individual family. Now, I do have a starter book. You know, I call it a starter book because it gets you started with your journey. I have plenty other books getting ready to come out that will be beneficial for you guys. Be on the lookout for that. We working on one of them right now. I'm not even going to make any announcements because we didn't even give it a name yet because it's coming from a course that I'm getting ready to put out. I'm putting out a class course. You guys going to see that. But it's also a book that we're going to make, you know, public. And this is very beneficial for everyone. Extremely. I'm going to be talking about that as soon as we get to that line when we are getting ready to publish it. And that's here shortly. Be on the lookout for that. My wife and I are working on that when I say we. And then other books to follow behind that. Now, I know I said I was going to do the audio books in January. I pushed that back because I was working on a film. But I got a little bit more time to knock those audio books out. And because don't forget, I started that film in October. Yeah, just my schedule's wild, okay? My schedule's wild, but we getting it done. Everything is getting done, including popping up on more platforms, doing more interviews, all of that stuff. So be on the lookout for all of that this week. Oh, and the special events. If you want to be included inside of the special events, you want to pop out, you know, and be with like-minded people one-on-one, you know, rub shoulders with me, stuff like that. Like, I'm for real. You know, I'm definitely probably coming to a city or state rather near you. We're going to be doing that this year. Shout out to Top Cats because he coming with me. I feel as though Top Cat's probably the realest one, out of everybody else I didn't see. I mean, shout out to Sister Bethy. Sister Bethy be doing her thing too. And there's a couple other brothers and sisters that be doing their thing on Instagram and TikTok too. I'm not too familiar with their names like that. Oh, and the brother, I like that brother that be on Twitter too. But it is other people. I'm definitely going to rub shoulders with these people. I know y'all be wanting me to rub shoulders with them, and I will. You know what I'm saying? But Top Cat's one of those type people that I can vouch for. I can see that he's serious. He actually do his research for real. So I'm not saying that nobody else do. I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong. Okay? Because I see some new up and comers trying to, they doing their thing, and they definitely on TikTok, and they definitely on Instagram and YouTube and stuff like that. Shout out to them. And I'm showing love to them as well. Of course, I'm not trying to get nobody's names wrong or stuff like that, but keep doing that. I keep encouraging those people to keep doing that. There's another brother. I can't remember his name. Another young brother was doing it too. So yeah, I'm gonna be rubbing shoulders with all of them. Whether if we collaborate on on a documentary, we collaborate on a video, we collaborate on an event. We collaborate on music. Don't forget, I still be doing the music too. I should play. I'm gonna wait. But anyway, I got some heat lined up. I got some heat. But anyway, all of that. We need all of that. I mean, on top of the things that we need, things are being done in the background. I'm not going to put anything out on the forefront yet until it's finally at the forefront. Okay, because I'm not about to be out here making promises that I can't keep. I'm just not that type. Notice how I didn't ask for your donations. I didn't ask for this. I need to, but, it may come a time where I may get to that point, and if you guys, want to support that, you will see something. It's not like, it's like a dream or anything like that. You're going to see, what's been happening. So if you want to be involved in any of that I just mentioned, definitely, subscribe to the YouTube. Or follow me on TikTok. I think that's the word on TikTok. Follow or subscribe or something like that on TikTok. Or any other social media that I'm on. I'm on Instagram. I'm on, what's the other one? I'm on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. And definitely the 13%, because I do pop up in there. And I do go live in there. And I do, we have voice chats too. Don't forget, people inside of the 13% do their own events inside of there too. And you would love to be a part of that. It's nothing but family. We show love. We're a big, happy family. So come on now. The moderators was putting it in the chat, by the way. If you needed that link inside of the chat, the moderators was popping the link inside of the chat. The 13% community server is going to say the 13%. Website and app coming soon, shortly. Be on the lookout for that. But yeah, I think I covered it all. I really appreciate you all coming out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope it was very informative. And if you feel as though it was, leave a like, comment, share, subscribe, follow, whatever you got to do. Do what you do. I'm going to see y'all next time on Friday. Most likely 6 p.m. Niji time, because I may be like 6:15. So Niji time, 6 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. I love y'all. Y'all take care. Wado.
I'm just here to make you think.
Yeah, DNA.